Hello and welcome back to another unboxing benchmark review with GizmoSlipTech. Today we have the Legion 9i. It's right here in this box. This thing has all of the bells and whistles, RTX 4090 i9-13980HX with DDR5 6400 memory. And we're going to open up this guy. We're going to take a look at everything if we can. I'm assuming we can see everything. I'm not sure exactly what the underside looks like when you take it apart. We'll find out. I'd love to be able to take a look at the actual memory modules and see which ones Lenovo are including with this unit. And then in addition, we're going to benchmark this thing. We're going to test the display. We're going to do a speaker test, fan noise testing. We're going to analyze and look at the ports. Full, detailed, everything you could possibly want to know about this laptop. I'm going to try to do it today. In a future live stream, we will also be comparing the Legion Pro 7i versus the Legion 9i. Of course, we will be drawing some comparisons between the two throughout the live stream, but a direct head-to-head comparison will be coming up, so be sure to subscribe and like the live stream for the upcoming comparison. And then let's see here, what else are we going to do? At the end, we're going to summarize everything. We're going to check out Windows Hello. There is Windows Hello on this laptop, but only in a Touch ID form factor, not a camera form factor. We'll check the webcam quality. And then, as you can see, we've got a bunch of games, including some of the latest titles: Warzone 2, Counter-Strike 2, God of War, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts, Dead Space, Last of Us Part 1, Starfield, Baldur's Gate 3, and Witcher 3 that we'll be testing today. There will be timestamps available as well soon after the live stream is done, probably within a day of the live stream being completed. So, thank you so much for tuning in. Again, I invite you to like the live stream. Let's dive into this. We've got our top deals and value comparison up first. And there's a lot of interesting comparisons with the Legion 9i. And I think the Legion 9i is probably the #1 laptop for 2023, assuming everything goes really well today. So, first of all, we have our top deals. And right now, my #1 deal out of the top deals is the Asus TUF F15, but not the 4070 version, the 4060 version. Right now is $899, and there's not much of a performance difference between a 4060 and a 4070. So the fact that this is $899 basically is very similar in terms of value when the 4070 version was $999. So only about a 10% performance difference, maybe a little bit more or less depending on the game. Between the 4060 and 4070 makes this an absolutely banger of a deal because you get a great display, nice all-around build quality, and decent ports, and it's only $899 for a 4060 with an i7-12700H. That's really good. So that's a top deal for today. So this is the laptop that we're reviewing today, except that we did get the RAM upgrade that Lenovo includes, which is a DDR5 6400 RAM speed. So it's only 32 gigs. The other huge standout feature, aside from the top specs, of course, but you can get the top specs with other laptops. The other standout feature with this laptop is the 3.2K by 2000, so 3200 by 2000, or 3200 by 2000, 1200 nits, 100% Adobe RGB mini LED display, which is the best rated spec display out of any gaming laptop currently, in my opinion, at least as rated by Lenovo, and I'm very curious to see what we get in our display test today. And then, of course, with the 32 gigs DDR5 6400 RAM that we got with the unit, we'll have to see how the memory performs and how the gaming performance translates as well. So, right now there is a deal Gaming CTO deal is the name of the coupon, and it is on sale currently. I paid about $4,700 for mine with a 3-year warranty and 3-year accidental coverage. I don't know that I'll be keeping this Legion 9i as my personal, but I can pretty much, at least on specs, say that I probably would have gone for the Legion 9i instead of the Blade 18. This is what I actually have been using. The Blade 18 being awesome, but I much prefer the keyboard on the Legion 9i. That's probably the biggest difference maker for me, and the display as well on the Legion 9i is better. The build quality and the speakers are still better on the Blade 18, I think, but and the performance is probably a little better on the 9i too because of the RAM speed upgrade. and slightly better thermals allowing for higher power limits, especially on the CPU. But overall, the Blade 18 still being, I think, the #1 premium laptop in some ways, but the Legion 9i just completely outclassing all the other laptops in the segment, at least from a performance perspective. Out of the box, getting DDR5 6400 memory is a big deal, I think, for especially CPU or RAM sensitive games. And just for people that are wanting all the performance out of a laptop without having to fiddle with, buying third-party memory and having to overclock it, being pretty much guaranteed that you're going to get that DDR5 6400 with actually CL40 timings and tighter timings as well. It's a whole XMP profile that Lenovo is adding to the Legion 9i, and we will be going over that in today's live stream, how to set that up, because mine was actually at DDR5 5600 out of the box. It did not actually come at full DDR5 6400 mega transfer. So I actually had to set that up in the BIOS after I got it, which was surprising to me, and I think a bit misleading, because I ordered it with DDR5 6400 memory, and it should have been at those speeds out of the box. Okay, checking in with chat here. Okay, now chat's loading. I don't know why chat wasn't loading at first. I see a bunch of people in chat. This is an insanely expensive laptop. Don't know which is better, this or the Blade 16. Poochie Head says the ultimate laptop. Yusuf says, been waiting for this live. Today we know if the Legion 9i will take your heart back from the Blade. Yeah, that's true. VPV says, Scott and Alienware M18, amazing laptop. The time has come, Evan Williams says. Yes. Please compare against the Scar 16 4090. What's up, Britt Allen? Did I watch Dave's review? Yes, and I think he missed some really key things in it, like the fact that it has DDR5 6400 putting it in a class of its own in terms of performance. Dave didn't even talk about that, which made me really disappointed. And then he made it sound like the laptop's display as well is very lackluster because it's too high of a resolution or something. I don't know. I didn't love Dave's review of the laptop, and I disagreed on certain points, but there were some good points he made. I do think that the water cooler in the Legion 9i is probably a gimmick, because there's no real way that the water in the cooling loop is being cooled. There's no external cooler, there's no radiator, there's not attached to any heat pipes with heat fins taking the heat away from the laptop. So I think most likely the water cooling loop in this laptop is kind of like just another heat pipe that circulates the heat from the VRMs to the real heat pipes that then take it out of the system. We'll take a look at that when we take the laptop apart, and we'll take a look and analyze the integrated water cooling loop. Okay, so we've got a bunch more laptops to compare this Legion 9i against. So Zephyrus M16, this one is kind of the thin premium laptop from Asus that features very high levels of performance, but not quite the full 175 watt power limits. But it's got the QHD 240 Hertz mini LED 1100 nits display, and it's got a 4090, but it doesn't have an HX processor. So there's a lot less CPU cores in here, and it's definitely a laptop that's heavily geared towards portability over performance. And so it's something that I would say is maybe something to consider, only if you're in the market for something that's ultra portable. The thing is, the Legion 9i is actually not that much different in size from the Zephyrus M16, because the Legion 9i is noticeably thinner than the Pro 7i, and yet it still has the same power limit. So the Legion 9i in some ways is very akin to the Alienware X16, where Lenovo is going for a thinner, more civet chassis that's a little bit more portable, and there's a premium tax added to the Legion 9i. And yeah, so Alienware X16, this is obviously a very good laptop in many ways from the specs perspective. An i9HK processor might be an absolutely banger of a laptop in many ways. You get DDR5 6000 memory on this, but the thing about this X16, you're only getting a QHD 240 Hertz. And because this is an HK processor, you're also getting less CPU cores in the mix there. But still, the Alienware is certainly an interesting one. All the ports here being on the back of the laptop, pretty much, I think literally all of them are on the back of the laptop. And I did get hands-on with this at CES, but it was, I don't know. For me, I don't really like all my ports to be on the back. I like a lot of the ports to be on the back. And the other big thing for me is the display only being 300 nits. It makes it so it's really hard for me to be like, yes, I really want this Alienware X16 and pay a premium price for this laptop with a not super great display. Like, the display is good, but it's not nearly as pizzazzy as the mini LEDs or even the 500 nits IPS panels that some of these other laptops have. So the MSI GE78, I did a live stream of this one on Friday. RTX 4080 is the one I did the review of. Again, not as super bright of a display and a fairly hefty price on the GE78. Unless you get the right model, there is this model right here that's only $25.99. And this one is surprisingly affordable for MSI's premium lineup at $25.99. The main downside is, of course, only a 375 nits display. And so you're not getting the mini LED, you're not getting a 500 plus nits display, but it's very colorful and you get a great RGB implementation on the GE78. And the performance was good. And you've advanced MSI BIOS allowing for a lot of tuning. So it's one I can recommend, but it's definitely one I would make sure you get the right version of because some of the configs are just really overpriced. The Legion Pro 7i is the more budget-friendly version of the 9i, basically. Like, the Legion Pro 7i is a little bit thicker. It's got a bit of a different port selection to it. The RGB implementation is also not quite as good as the Legion 9i. And the Legion Pro 7i is one of the best bang for the buck machines on the ultra premium spectrum side of things, because you're getting a lot of value with the Legion Pro 7i for the money. And that includes like a nice rigid chassis with good cooling. And I can definitely recommend the Pro 7i. You're just not getting the top of the line processor. You're not getting the top of the line RAM speed. And the display is only a 100% sRGB display. And so you're not getting as colorful of display or as bright of a display, but at least it's 500 nits. So it is very bright. You can definitely see it a little bit better in an outdoor environment. The Omen 17 is the bang for the buck if you want the most GPU performance at a more reasonable price. The Omen 17 has gone on sale down to about $2,400 more than once this year so far. So you could expect the 4090 version to go down to that price again at some point. That may have been with the i7 processor instead of the i9. But still, to get a 4090 GPU with that much performance for only $2,300 is just insane to me. So much value with the Omen 17 when you get it in certain configs. Now, of course, the display is not going to be as good, but at least you're getting some pretty fast RAM. And I really liked the port selection on the Omen 17, but it is a bit of a chunker, and the hinge also wasn't as stiff as I would ideally love. I didn't love the hinge design, but overall, surprisingly, it had really good performance, and it does not break the bank like some of these really premium ones like the Legion 9i and the Scar 16, Scar 18. These laptops cost a lot, and you're getting the premium features like, the Asus Scar series, of course, featuring the liquid metal and really nice displays. You get an 18-inch display, of course, with the Scar 18, which is crucial. You also get the i9-13980HX. I think the Asus laptops suffer a little bit in benchmarks because of the slower RAM being DDR5 4800. And then, you go to, like this is the Scar 17. I guess I want to finish talking about the 18 first. The 18, the port selection for an 18-inch laptop is really poor. Like, there's no ports on the back, and there's just as many ports on the Scar 18 as there are on the Zephyrus G14, which is a 14-inch laptop. So Like the port selection is very similar, at least. I don't think it's exactly the same, but it's very, very similar. And the Scar 18, it's a great laptop with better than average speakers, but there's no Windows Hello on it. And I really I like the Scar 18 a lot, and I think a lot of people will love their Scar 18. It's just it's not the top dog because it doesn't have a mini LED display. It doesn't have the faster RAM speed, and I really want to see Asus push their RAM speeds in their laptops this coming year, hopefully. Um, and yeah, the other thing was the Asus laptops initially also didn't have undervolting. So I'm not sure. I believe there may have been a BIOS update also allowing for faster RAM speeds if you tune it in the BIOS. I'm not sure about that, but that would be something I would look into if you're really interested in the Scar series. Scar 17 X3D features the Ryzen 9 7945HX X3D. This is the top of the line Ryzen CPU for 2023. Just came out a little while ago, a little bit after all the other laptops, but it has an 80 megabyte cache that basically improves gaming performance at the expense of multi-core rendering performance. So it's not quite as fast for multi-core rendering, but it's like 10 to 15% faster than the normal Ryzen 9 7945HX. So it's a trade-off that you make with this laptop, and it probably has the best CPU gaming performance, but if you go with the Scar 17, you're getting a QHD 16:9 aspect ratio, only 300 nits display. So that's a big trade-off. You're also only getting DDR5 4800 RAM, which is another trade-off. So you have to decide what's your priority. Do you want the pure CPU performance, which is going to give you some advantages in certain titles, or you go with something like the Legion 9i, where you get the RAM speed, you get an Intel CPU, you get the crazy display. And I just find the Legion 9i much more compelling than the Scar 17. Now, if we could get the Ryzen 9 7945HX X3D in something like the Legion 9, that would be awesome. Or in more laptops with mini LED like the Scar 16, Scar 18, that would be a phenomenal combination to get the Scar 16 with the Ryzen 9 7945X3D with a upgraded RAM, and then you're talking about a real competitor to the Legion 9i. But when you're mixing old laptop chassis with old display technology with the latest CPU stuff, you're kind of getting a mixed bag with the Scar 17 X3D. And that's why it's like not my number one laptop, but I could see why some people would definitely want to go for this. Blade 16 and the Legion 9i, arguably two extremely competitive laptops, the Blade 16 and Blade 18, of course, having the unibody aluminum chassis, excellent port selection, excellent build quality, good webcam quality, Windows Hello integration, solid performance, and the Blade 16 featuring a mini LED display that's a 4K 120 hertz. So it's a 16:10 aspect ratio, which is almost like more like 4.2K by 2400 or something like that. So it's extra high resolution, more resolution than a standard 4K resolution. And it's a dual native resolution as well, full HD plus 240 hertz if you want to do those esports games with faster refresh rates. It's still possible. And so you can flip between them, but it requires restarting the machine, which to me makes the whole thing more of a deal breaker than it's worth. And I would probably rather just get a QHD 240 hertz display. Now, the Legion 9i, one of the things that's certainly a downside about it is that it's only 165 hertz refresh rate on the Legion 9i. So when you go for the Legion 9i, that's one of the major trade-offs, is you're only getting the 165 hertz refresh rate. Now, 165 is still enough, I think, for all but the most crazy esports hungry people. But yeah, the Legion 9i, so attractive in so many other ways, and this display being such a high resolution and still being 165 hertz and not being too crazy of a resolution like the Blade 16. The Blade 16, this is way more pixels than the Legion 9i in terms of pushing pixels out. And this is only a little bit higher resolution than a standard QHD display. Like we're talking 2560 up to 3.2K. So that's adding 700 horizontal pixels, and then we're adding only 400 vertical pixels to the display. And it's an increase to resolution for sure, but it's not like when you're going to 4K 16:10, you're like doing more than double increasing the graphical requirements for playing games at that resolution, where this is more like a 30% or 40. I don't know how many exactly it is off the top of my head. Let me calculate it real quick. All right, let's calculate this. So 3200 by 2000, that's 6.4 million pixels with the Legion 9i, and then 2560 by 16 times 1600, 4 million. So you're talking a little over 50% increase in resolution. So 4.1 million versus 6.4 million pixels, going from QHD Plus to this Legion 9i display. But if you were to go to the Blade 16 resolution display, let's just see what the exact resolution is on the Blade 16. Where is it? Tech specs. There we go. Okay, so 3840 by 2400. 3840 by 2400. That's 9.2 million pixels. So you're doing more than double the resolution with these. Let me see if I can show you this. Let's see here. Presentation. No, let's do this one, and we'll just flip on the display. Okay, I don't think I'll be able to show you these numbers, but basically QHD Plus 4 million, Legion 9i with 3.2K resolution, 6.4 million pixels, and then the Blade 16 being 9.2 million pixels. So there's a huge difference in resolution, which makes a big difference in terms of rendering performance required to actually push the frame rates out in games. So Blade 18, like I do still think that QHD Plus is the sweet spot for most people, but for casual gamers especially, the Legion 9i increase in resolution is nice, and the mini LED display is amazing. And if you're a content creator or a video professional, the increased resolution is also nice. So I think the Legion 9i is still a very, very nice display. Okay, I talked about the Blade 18. I think the Blade 18's biggest advantage is that it's the thinnest, most portable 18-inch device, and it's extremely high build quality, and it's got the best webcam, and it's got an amazing speaker system, and it still has great performance, a great touchpad, great ports. The Blade 18 is a great machine. I've really enjoyed using mine. The only issue I've had with mine is flickering that happens when I'm in dynamic display mode. So basically, I always have to run my Blade 18 in discrete only mode, and I have tried to work with Razer about getting it resolved, and they've not been able to figure out how to resolve it at this point. So that's a little disappointing. I have not updated to the latest BIOS, so maybe that resolves it. I need to check that out. Okay, GT77. This is the behemoth. This is the second biggest laptop of 2023. And it features some of the best performance and specs that you can get. Up to 128 gigs of RAM is kind of the special feature, as well as the UHD, so 4K, 144 hertz mini LED display. Again, 4K, much higher resolution, harder to push out frame rates at that higher resolution. So that's a trade-off. Also, this display is a little bit has a slight delay to it, making it not great for esports gamers, in my opinion. But overall, the performance is absolutely amazing. It's fantastic laptop for professionals, as well as people that need that crazy RAM amount capacity. And then, of course, for casual gamers that want to play 4K games, it's just a really high resolution. Now, I don't think you can really see the improvement in the resolution going on a 4K display on only a 17-inch display. QHD is enough, in my opinion, for full detail that the average human eyesight can see. Now, we also have the Zephyrus Duo 16, which I also want to mention because of the dual display nature of this. And, of course, it has the Ryzen 9 7945HX. I love this laptop, but again, slower RAM, DDR5 4800, and then You do get the mini LED display, which is super bright and super amazing. And the other major thing, you get the advantage of the dual display, but also your keyboard has no wrist rest. So there is a little wrist rest that's included with the laptop itself. So when you're using it on a table, it's just fine, but it also pushes the laptop's display like 4 inches further back than you would typically see. So you kind of like have to sit a little closer at the same time while your hands are kind of, I don't know, it's a weird combination of positioning. Really impressed with the laptop's performance, all metal build. But again, there's trade-offs with the Duo 16 that I think make it not quite the perfect laptop for me, mainly because of the keyboard positioning is the deal breaker for me, but that's up to you. So those are the primary competitors to the Legion 9i, and I do think the Legion 9i, at least on paper, rises above just about all of them if you're willing to pay the premium price for the Legion 9i. Like I said, the main downsides with the Legion 9i, at least on paper, 165 hertz display, a higher resolution that you're gonna have to pump out a little less frame rates at that resolution compared to a standard QHD or QHD Plus display. But if you value the extra resolution, it's not a massive bump in resolution, so you're still going to get very good performance, I think, in the vast majority of titles, which we will see today. I think you're going to see that we're going to get very, very good performance, I believe, from this laptop. Okay, let me pop back over to chat and make sure everything is popping off. Okay. All right, checking chat. Legion Pro 7i is better than the Legion 9i. From a price to performance ratio, that's going to definitely be true, Emmanuel. But you don't get the crazy display with the Legion Pro 7i. Real talk, M16 Zephyrus versus Pro 7i 4080. The Pro 7i's got a full-powered system. Definitely going to have more performance than the Zephyrus series, just because of the Zephyrus series being a thinner laptop for sure. Pro 7i 4080 for 2100 or a 4070 for 1700. Dude, get the 4080 for 2100. It's like a 70% performance improvement over the 4070. Definitely get that. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and move into the unboxing phase. Let's do it. All right. So, this box and this box were in another external box, but I went ahead and just did the internal boxes here. So, to keep it more simple, let's take a look at the power adapter first. And there's actually more than one power adapter, which blew my mind. I was like, what laptop manufacturer is including more than one power adapter? Well, Lenovo is with this laptop. So, you can see we got our 330 watt GAN power brick right here. This is a smaller power brick compared to most of the power bricks this year. Yep, that's nice. You get a power cable with that as well. Let's go ahead and just see the power cable lengths here first. So this power cable is about 5.5 feet long or so, and then the actual adapters cable to the laptop also about 5.5 feet long, or maybe 5 feet long, just a hair shorter. So you get a nice 10-11 foot reach with the main power adapter. I really like that. Then we have this guy. This is what is, like, I opened the box, I was like, what is that? Why do we have another thing in here? And it was, this is a 140 watt USB-C power adapter. So we got a USB-C end on this guy. And this is basically Lenovo's alternative to having to carry two main power adapters. You throw this little guy in your backpack when you travel, and you don't have to have as heavy of a power adapter. or as big. And then you get to have, I guess, the best of both worlds. Like this goes in the backpack, this stays at your desk, and then you never have to unplug the main guy. You just take this with you when you need to go to Starbucks to do work or go to your office. Obviously, if you want full gaming performance, you got to go with this guy. All right, let's go ahead and see how long these cables are for the USB-C charger. All right, so the USB-C power adapter charger, about 5 feet long, 5.5 feet long, from the power adapter to the laptop. And then the actual main power adapter cable, this one's only about 4 feet long, it's a bit shorter. So, all right, and we got this box. I don't know what's in this little white box. We're just gonna open it up here. Okay, there's another box. Oh, is this the keycaps thing? Yeah. So this is if you want to change out some of your keycaps, like your WASD keys or something, you can switch them out to these keycaps instead, which is very interesting. I suppose if you lose a keycap, you could probably put this in as well. Looks like there's extra switches and extra keycap covers if you want to use those. I don't know. I guess a prying tool for taking the keys off as well, and some instructions here on how to do it. Removal. So basically you pop up the front with the tool, then you lift it off from the front of it, and you plop it on with the back down first, and then you plop the front, like, or I guess the front down first, and then you push in the back half. Interesting. Install and remove scissors. Okay, I guess that's the little joint piece that goes underneath the key. Very interesting. Okay, very nice. I think it's really cool that Lenovo included this. I kind of wish there was more options though. Like these colors seem kind of bland to me, and there's no letterings as well, so you're gonna be like, maybe someone who doesn't know how to type very well on a US keyboard will be like, what the heck are these keys now that you made them all just like white or these like colors. And the other thing is these colors really aren't that appealing to me. Like everything is so vibrant about the Legion 9i. Why would I want to put these like pastel neutral colors on the Legion 9i? That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, well that's what this is. It's a cool concept. I'm glad Lenovo's playing around with the concept, but I feel like this is like 20, 30 bucks of value that you could have saved on the laptop, and I don't think everyone's going to actually use it. So I think it'd be cool if they offered it as a third-party thing you could buy, but why are you forcing it on people? Also, the USB-C charger, not everyone's going to want this, and you could, like, in theory, like, this probably costs 70, 80 bucks. You could sell the laptop for probably $100 cheaper if you didn't include these two things. So that's a criticism, I guess, from a value perspective. For a lot of people that want to save money, it's probably not great that Lenovo is including these things and basically forcing that upcharge to the end user. Okay, and I did want to test out USB-C gaming today. Chat, remind me to test out the power adapter. At least do a time spy test with the USB-C power adapter is a goal for today. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put the power adapters to the side. And it's time to look at the main box here. Yeah. There we go. All right, so we got a Legion logo right here, kind of an outline of the laptop. See, the box is very small, which is cool. I like it. It's kind of like an Apple move to make the box like as small and portable as possible. All right, and here is the external cloth fabric around the laptop. Take the laptop out and let's see what else is in the box before we continue. So we got some pamphlets, and this is it right here. Legion 9i. Get started. A little guide on what to do. Little guide on the ports. And that was one of the really interesting things you'll see on this laptop. The port locations are just kind of wacky. So you'll see. They really tried to maximize the number of ports this laptop has. I think in a good way, but also it ended up with some weird locations for some of the ports on this. And then, of course, here are some hotkeys that you can use with the laptop. FN plus Q to change your fan mode. FN plus R to go from a high refresh to a low refresh rate. FN plus U to do RGB, I guess. FN plus L to make the Legion logo light up. Interesting. And then FN plus arrow up and down to increase or decrease the brightness. FN plus space bar to change the lighting, the RGB lighting. Okay, so there's that, and let's go ahead and take a look at the laptop itself. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so there is the back of the Legion 9i, and doesn't that look cool? Like, look at how when I move it, all the little reflections in the back, it looks really sick. I'm a big fan of the back. I mean, it's not like it's amazingly groundbreaking or anything, but it's cool. Basically, like, these are like, I think it's like carbon fiber flex, and they're melded down into the top. So each back of each Lenovo Legion 9i is different and unique, which is cool. It's just a cool thing. It's not like it's mind-blowing. It's really not that special unless you love it. So that's really what matters. And I think it's cool enough that it's like it makes each laptop unique. I love that. That's a cool thing. I don't know. But I can see why some people are like, waste of money. I don't care about that. So I see both sides of that. So we also have this piece of paper, which is basically an advertisement for the extended warranty. And Lenovo offers their extended warranties for shockingly cheap. It's like, I think it was like $170 to do a 3-year extended warranty with accidental protection, something like that. And that was for the Legion Ultimate support. I believe you get 1 year of Legion Ultimate with this laptop out of the box, which is another thing that normally costs a little bit extra because the Ultimate is usually like a $30 upgrade or something like that. For most of the laptops. We got this white cloth fabric thing for the keyboard support, and there is the keyboard itself. And I did set up all of the applications and everything on this, and use the laptop just a little bit over the weekend, but so you can see there are fingerprints already here on this material. This material reminds me a lot of like the Alienware material right here. So this material is like a soft rubber-ish type material. Similar to material they've used on a lot of their like Ultrabooks and stuff. It feels high quality, but it just gets smudges really easily. So that's one downside. But once you turn on the laptop, you get distracted really nicely by all the RGB, and the smudges don't matter, right? Right? I don't know. Okay, so let's do a flex test and a quality control test. We're just going to check all the keycaps here first. Everything feels good. So flex test. We'll zoom in here on the keyboard itself. So just a tiny bit of flex. Corner is no flex. A little bit off the corner by the arrow keys, a little bit of flex. Over the main keyboard here, this is definitely a bit stiffer than most laptops, but still just a tiny bit of flex by the spacebar there. Going along the front edge, just a little bit of flex. The left corner, no flex. Left wrist rest, just a little bit of flex. Left side, no flex. Going along the top here, just a tiny little bit of flex over here. Not much. You can tell it's well supported. It's not like a cavity or anything. Top right, no flex. Top, you know, the laptop feels really solid from a flex perspective, and that's definitely aided by the fact that the hinge is so stiff. The hinge on this feels incredibly solid. You can see there's very little wobble to this hinge, and I really love how firm it is. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see the hinge a little better. You see, like I move it, it just sticks with very little flex, just a little bit of wobble after the fact, and it takes a good amount of force to move it, which is just indicative of a strong hinge overall. Now, you can see there is this RGB strip that goes around the rear of the laptop, which I think the Legion Pro 7i dearly missed. Having some rear RGB action from, you know, the previous models had that kind of RGB implementation. You also have the Legion logo lighting up again, which I loved that on my 2021 Legion 7i. And so I love to see the return of the RGB logo here as well. So some things to point out about the laptop, the way they built this, there's these air intakes up here. And because there's these air intakes, they shifted the keyboard down about 2 inches, and they shrunk the touchpad size quite noticeably. So the touchpad is this narrower looking touchpad, and it does affect functionality a little bit if you like doing 2-finger scrolling a lot. And if you're a heavy touchpad user, this may be a deal breaker for you. Just not having as much vertical touch space. Normally these touchpads these days are like going up to like this big, so you're losing like, I don't know, 1.5 inches of the top of the touchpad. The other thing is when you're actually typing on this guy, depending on how you position your wrist may be off of the laptop, which may cause a little bit of uncomfortability. Now, for me, this is fine. I actually feel completely comfortable typing. I have enough support on my left wrist over here that it's not an issue for me at all. There's enough support there to not bother me. But I could see why it would be a big deal for some users out there having that left wrist rest be also smaller right here. Vasilis says, cool design, but no performance gains. Well, you can't say there's no performance gains until we test it, because there is DDR5 6400 RAM in here, and in a sense, there's a performance gain of a better quality display, but that's not really performance. That's just visuals, really. Arrows are too low. See, I actually love the arrow key placement, and I love that they're separated off. They're easy to, because they have these little gaps right here and right here. It's easy to find the arrow keys just with, like, I'm not even looking at the laptop right now. I can easily find the arrow keys and know where they are and press them without messing it up. And that's one of the key things I like about the Lenovo touchpad. As a writer, I write a lot. I need to be able to feel where the arrow keys are without having to look down and put my fingers on them, because I'm like typing it really fast and I want to move quickly around the document or whatever. And having the arrow keys like this really helps. The number pad layout, I do love the number pad on the Legion laptop, and the overall keyboard feel, the brightness of the RGB is phenomenal. And the RGB implementation is also phenomenal on the keyboard. The main issue with the keyboard, of course, is going to be the wrist rest for some people, and then the touchpad being just narrower. Those are like potential deal breakers for some people, but I think the vast majority of people are going to be extremely happy with both the keyboard and the touchpad on this. Well, it's more like the touchpad it'll be plenty passable, right? Because this is a good quality touchpad, and it feels like glass. Pretty sure it's a glass touchpad. And whereas the Pro 7i, that's a plastic touchpad. So this is a little bit of a step up in terms of quality. Okay. 4090 is too weak to play at native resolution. Well, I mean, if you're using native resolution plus DLSS on quality, this should still play all of the games pretty much. With Starfield being the only exception probably right now, because DLSS is currently not implemented, but they're going to implement it. And if you just use the DLSS FrameChen mod, you'll get over 100 FPS, even at the current resolution and everything with this machine. Okay, so that's the keyboard. That's some of the RGB. We got this RGB strip going along the front, and it does wrap around to the sides. So the RGB does wrap around to the sides. Let's go ahead and take a look at the ports and let's shut the machine down. All right, so we're shutting the machine off. Let's go ahead and take a look at the port selection for this laptop. Okay, so the left side over here, all right? I want to make sure you can see inside here. So I'm flipping it upside down. You can't really see inside there. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you can see there's heat fins all the way along this exhaust on the left side. But if I flip it around and show you, there's only heat fins on these 5 on the right side. So they still kept these extra grill things to make it look symmetrical, but this is actually blocked off. So know that there is only extended grills on the left side over here. So if you're a left-hand mouse user, this might be a deal breaker. Obviously, that's going to depend on the user, but one thing to keep in mind. All right, so you get a full-size SD card slot on the left side and a headphone port way at the back. So that's going to be it's an interesting port. This is the one I'm talking about, a really weird port placement. I was like, where's the headphone on this? And then I realized it was back over here, back behind the hinge. All right, moving around to the rear of the laptop, you can see we've got a big heat exhaust, another big heat exhaust, upward facing Ethernet port, USB-A 3.2, Thunderbolt 4, Thunderbolt 4, HDMI 2.1, and a power adapter port on the back here. So you could plug that USB-C into one of these if you want. Also, notice there's only one USB-A on here, and there's a big old gap. There's a big old gap in the ports, which I'm not sure if the motherboard's inverted or not, but basically this is where the water cooler is. The water cooler pump is right here, and it's almost as if they were going to put an external liquid port right here, but then they decided not to at the last minute or something. They couldn't get the external water cooler units working or something. I don't know what it is. I'm not a Lenovo engineer, but it's like they had to redesign this and take off any ports here for the water cooler. And that's what would have made the whole water cooling loop actually really awesome if it actually had an external water cooler. But since there is no, it's all internal, all the water cooling in here is internal, it just doesn't make any sense to me anymore. And I just don't think that people are going to buy this laptop for the internal water cooling, because I don't think it's relevant to the performance or anything. But it probably is relevant, I guess, to how much they're charging for the laptop. So that's a downside. All right. Webcam privacy shutter. So this will disconnect the webcam. USB-C. Notice that doesn't have the Thunderbolt symbol, and then another USB-A. So big difference between the Pro 7i and the Legion 9i. The number of USB-Cs and the number of USB-As, very different. Way less USB-As on the Legion 9i. So if you're a user like me that uses, right now I have 3 USB-As plugged in on my Blade 18, and I pretty much always have 3 because I've got all my streaming gear plugged in with USB-A. This could be a problem. You might have to use adapters or a dock or something. Like if I were using this laptop, I'd have to switch something from USB-A to USB-C somehow to even get everything to work that I normally use. So beautiful laptop, really fairly thin as well. Let's go ahead and do some side-by-side size comparisons with the Pro 7i real quick. All right, so here is the Pro 7i. Let's go ahead and put the Legion 9i on top. And interesting. So the Legion 9i, make sure everything's lined up perfectly here, and we'll line it up in the back corner over there. All right, so the Legion 9i is actually deeper. It's about, I don't know, what was that, about a ½ inch, 3/4 of an inch longer. And then when you flip it up, I mean, they're not too different in terms of thickness, but the Legion 9i definitely is thinner all the way through. From beginning to end. I don't know, it seems like about a 1/10 of an inch thinner all the way through. Not a huge difference, but if you're after something that's more portable, the Legion 9i has a bit of an advantage there, at least from a easy to fit into your backpack perspective. And the Legion 9i is definitely lighter as well. Not like massively lighter, but it is, I think it is a noticeable difference in my hands. Okay, so it's time to take the Legion 9i apart and see what's on the inside. Let me put away the boxes real quick. Okay. So you just need a Phillips head to take this off. It's got to be a little tiny one though, because this is very fine edges on the Phillips head. Dude, you're awesome. I've seen your Tough F15 videos. It helped a lot. Dude, I'm glad I can help. That's my goal as a reviewer, is to just be as helpful as possible. Okay. Baka says, so water cooling is useless. This laptop from Teardown has no reservoir. Yeah, so it just seems like the water goes in a little loop over the heat pipes. And the heat pipes I'm pretty sure it's going to transfer heat from the water loop to the heat pipes, and then the heat pipes will take the heat out of the laptop. We'll see when we actually get it inside, but that's basically my interpretation of the water cooling in this laptop. And to me, that just means they should have just used a heat pipe. There's no point. There's no point in using a water cooling loop, I don't think, compared to just using another standard heat pipe to go over the same area. I don't know. Those are my thoughts, at least. Okay. So 3 screws on the left, 4 along the rear, and then 2 screws on the side, I guess is what you would say. That's not too many screws, actually. That's only 8 screws to take out for this laptop. That's nice. I don't think there's any others. All right, let's go ahead and try to take the bottom off. Wham. All right, so again, shout out to Into the AM right here. Awesome shirt. If you're interested, if you're in the market for a nice shirt. All right. Link in the description, 10% off. It does help support me as a content creator. Trying to figure out where the best entry point is for taking this chassis off. I think I'm going to do this back left corner. Yeah, I got in. All right. I got in, but it's not really coming up very well. Probably gonna need to use a combination here. There we go. All right, and well, we were in. There we go, and let's take it around the corner edge here. It doesn't want to stay popping, I guess you would call it. Which makes me worried that I might be missing a screw, but I don't think so. All right, let's try going around the rear of the device instead. Wow. The red light is so off-putting. It's just because I have the incorrect color balance right now with my auto correcting color balance on my camera. Sorry about that. So I'm running into an issue where the middle here doesn't want to pop up at all. And I think I've just got to be a little bit more forceful with it and it'll come up, but I try to always be really gentle, you know? There we go. We got it to pop up once. There we go. Always better to be a little bit more patient, right? Than to force it and then break your plastic covering holders. There we go. All right, and We are popped up around 3/4 of the laptop now, but not the front. Interesting. So the laptop itself doesn't want to. The motherboard's inverted. Oh yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So we probably won't be able to see the actual physical RAM very well then, or maybe not even at all. Finally got it to pop up. They use some really, I would say, I guess describe them as high quality plastic attachments here because they're hard to get to pop up. Kind of wish it was a little easier, honestly, to be able to remove them. That took a while. All right, so there's the laptop. And yes, we have an inverted motherboard here, so we're not going to be able to see as much as I would usually like with this inverted motherboard. Okay, we gotta be careful here. All right, so there it is. There's the inside of the Legion 9. We got our 99 watt hour, 6300 mAh battery here. All right, so that's as big as you can put in a gaming laptop. We've got speakers, downward firing, left and right. I don't know if there's any upward firing speakers. I hope so. You can see that we've got our heat fins over here on the left, the right, and we got our double heat fins with our extra fan over here on the right, which is actually the left side of the laptop when you flip it over. And then we got our GPU and CPU right here, but we can't see the heat pipes or the cooling solutions without taking the whole laptop apart, which we're not going to do that today. Now we will go ahead and just put this back down, and we will take a look at the SSD and how hard it is to upgrade the SSD, because the SSD is located right here on the left. We've got a little shroud over the SSD. So let's go ahead and take that apart real quick. See here. So I took 3 screws out. Is there another 4th screw? Yes, there is. Okay. And there it is. Okay, so you can actually upgrade the Wi-Fi and the SSD. So you got two full-size M.2 NVMe SSDs right here. 2280s. And this one is a Samsung 1 terabyte drive. Okay, that's what this came with. It's a Samsung drive. And then the Wi-Fi adapter. It does not say on it what it is. So, not sure what the Wi-Fi adapter is for now. So, if you wanted to throw in a second SSD, it's really easy. I'll go ahead and show you the Wi-Fi adapter, I guess, up to the camera, in case someone wants to see that. Let me get it to focus. Here, there we go. There's the Wi-Fi. You can pause that and look at that if you want. And then the Samsung SSD right there. All right, let's go and get the shroud back on there. And yeah, so we could try to take a look, I guess, at some screenshots that some other users have. This black shroud for the SSDs has some thermal tape in here already, and so that's nice. You don't need to worry about that if you install a second SSD. Gizmo, was the M18 display that bad? Well, it's not a... I don't think the display was that bad. It's just not as good as the competition. So it doesn't warrant your money unless there's other reasons to buy it that you have, you know, to... So that's totally the main thing. And then the main thing about the Alienware, really, that was a deal breaker for me, was the CPU pace job was inconsistent. One of my cores was just really, really hot all the time. Or like 1 to 2 of my cores really hot all the time. And then the software was really bad with the Alienware Command Center. Those were the deal breakers for me for the Alienware experience for the M18. Acid Fire does not like my RGB. Sorry, man. You're not going to like the Legion 9i then, because it's like a mobile nightclub in itself. Though I suppose you can always turn it off. Okay, so... just going to go in a circle, making sure that everything is popping together properly. I'm having to kind of scoot it forward as we go. Interesting. So maybe that's what I needed to do when I was taking it apart, was scoot it backwards about 1/10 of an inch. Then I bet it would have much more easily came out. There we go. All right, everything is popped back together now. Nice and flush and solid. Let's go ahead and put the screws back in. And then we're going to get into all of the rest of our testing that we're going to do today. So while I'm putting these screws in, we can go over what we're going to talk about. So we've unboxed the laptop. At this point, we've taken it apart. We've checked for quality control. We've went over the ports. And so now that we've taken it apart, we're going to go ahead and go into the BIOS, and I'm going to show you how to set up the XMP profiles for the RAM. The odd thing for me was that I ordered it with DDR5 6400 RAM, and it did not come clocked at 6400. It was still DDR5 5600, and all of the timings were large, like CL46 and higher. Once I went into the BIOS and set the XMP profile, all of the timings tightened and the clock speed on the RAM went up to 6400. So. Ben says, to be honest, Brandon, most AAA thing I play is Mass Effect Legendary Edition or Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 to 2 Remastered. Do you have any explanation on why manufacturers have 16-inch mini LEDs but not 18-inch? They hold them out for 2024 refresh. I think the 18-inch, the push for 18 inches, I think just came later. And 16-inch, 16 by 10 aspect ratio displays were out first. And people, I think, weren't sure that they were interested in doing 18-inch displays. Because it was basically 15.4-inch, and then there was 16-inch, and there was 17.3 was still the biggest laptop you could buy. And then we had the revolution of the whole 18-inch behemoth that came out this year. So, all right, let's go ahead. I think we can... Should be able to turn it on. Now I used my finger that I used for Windows Hello sign in. This is a touchpad or a Touch ID sensor. All right, and notice that it did not log me in. That's the main thing I was trying to point out there. I know that some of the Asus laptops that had Touch IDs in their power buttons would automatically log you in once they got into Windows. I have not seen this laptop do that. Okay, so I've got the USB-C plug already ready to go. All right. Beautiful. Look at that display. It is gorgeous. And get this, that display is not at max brightness. It was only at 50% brightness. Now it's at max brightness. It is like that at like 50-60% brightness is just, it's perfect for this room environment. You go 70, 80, 90 all the way to 100, it literally almost hurts my eyes to look at it. So that's the way the mini LED displays are. So keep that in mind. Okay. What's next? Oh, the BIOS. We're supposed to go into the BIOS, and I'm silly. But I was mainly trying to point out that the Touch ID does not work for logging in from startup. Now, to get into the BIOS, you press F2 as the laptop starts up. All right, so we're into the BIOS now. And you can see you can use the mouse and the touchpad here in the BIOS. Let's go ahead and go through everything in the BIOS that you need to know about. Okay, so you got your dynamic graphics, which lets you switch between, your integrated graphics and your dedicated graphics. And you can do that on the fly with Advanced Optimus, or you can go into discrete graphics mode and it disables the integrated graphics. At least supposedly. I did not notice that when I actually went into it. You can also change your boot device right here. If you want to go to the full BIOS, though, you need to click on this button that says More Settings in the bottom right. And wow, that's so bright. It kind of totally blew out the computer there. Yeah, so there's the key information here. We got configuration over here, and You can enable, disable Wi-Fi, your storage controller, you got your graphics device, hyper-threading, VD, BIOS backflash if you want to revert your version of the BIOS. Enabling hotkey mode, which is the FN plus lock button, which makes it so that all your F1 through 12 keys are the secondary functions, or the like system functions like brightness and all of that. Instead of F1, F2, F3, they're like, you know, volume up, down as the primary key without having to press FN. Always on USB allows you to charge the device even if you're have the laptop asleep. You can see that you can charge in battery mode, so you could plug your phone in to your laptop like it's a giant battery bank, basically. Like if you say you're on an airplane and you have your laptop in your backpack and you're under your feet, you could plug this in and have your phone charge. Most of the laptops these days does do this. Flip to start. Interesting. You can enable your laptop to turn on when you open the computer lid, just the same as you pressing the power button. I actually hadn't seen that. That's kind of interesting. BIOS self-healing. So if you overclock too much or something, it'll revert your settings basically, or clear your clear the backup BIOS firmware and do not self-heal, or system will back up the BIOS firmware and self-heal with a BIOS crash. So you probably keep that enabled. Restore default overclocking, so you can have it basically revert back to the defaults. Instant boot. Whether it's powered on after plugging in your power adapter. So if you want it to plug in when you plug in your power adapter, you can have that turned on. I would not do in most of these settings though. I like pressing the power button. You can disable your Atom cores, which are your E cores, if you want. Legacy compatibility mode. When enabled, pressing the scroll FN plus K will toggle the efficiency cores between being parked and unparked. So certain games are not compatible with E cores or might be crashing, but that's really rare. I haven't ran into that really. That's mainly like really old titles. Legion CPU optimization. You can enable or disable this. I'm guessing this is going to be for your undervolting performance. We're going to go ahead and turn this on. So that way in Lenovo Vantage we can change things. And notice that this also brought this up, undervolt protection. We can disable or enable undervolt protection so that you can now undervolt in the Windows interface. So we want to disable this so that we can undervolt later if we wanted to. If I do an optimization video guide for this laptop, I'll go over that. GPU overclocking allows you to increase your core clock and VRAM clock. And then smart mode and balance mode, system will enhance heavy loading apps performance. I don't know. Anyway, so here under the advanced tab, we have memory overclocking. You can enable this or disable this. And you've got XMP profile 1 and XMP profile 2, or default SPD profile. So default is obviously not going to be XMP. We're on XMP profile 1 right now. So this is what you have to change. Like out of the box, my Legion 9i had this disabled. So you have to make sure that you go through and enable this if you want to have your RAM actually running at DDR5 6400. So, so yeah. So XMP profile 1 is what we're in. And now that we're here, I mean, there's some security things here, but usually people don't need to mess with this. Obviously, if you're trying to reinstall Windows or something, you can change your boot order. but most people aren't going to need to mess with these settings. We're going to go ahead and exit setup and save our changes, which is going to allow us to undervolt and, of course, have our RAM now at DDR5 6400. Like I said, that was not that way out of the box. Anonymous Boss says, Jesus Christ, what a nice screen. Hit that like button, guys. Perfect screen for gaming, GizmoSlipTech. Yeah. It's a very nice display and a very nice display for gaming. Totally agree. 100%. It's definitely better than what I have on the Blade 18. It's just smaller. It's only a 16-inch display versus an 18-inch display. And I do love the 18-inch display. I think based on the initial impression of the device, I like the device more than my Blade 18. You know, like the keyboard, I love the layout more than the Blade 18. The screen brightness and the resolution of the screen, I like more. It's only at 165 hertz though. That's not as good for me as an esports player. And then the wrist rest and the touchpad also not quite as great for me, but the wrist rest is doable for me. The bigger issue, the touchpad being so much smaller. Like it's literally like 1/3 the size of the Blade 18 touchpad. Okay, so Windows Hello, Touch ID. Let's see if it works. There we go. We logged in with a fingerprint touch. Let's go ahead and check out our outline of stuff. Keyboard and mouse display test. Webcam quality is next. Let's go ahead and go into our camera quality test. All right. Well, we can leave this on for this test. Interesting. All right, so here's images. And you can see there is clear GH5 and Lumix here for my camera. But my beard hair is pretty dang muddled. There's not much individual hair action here. You can, in real life, it doesn't look quite as red as that. Let me see. Let me see if I can change my white balance or not here. Weird. Okay. Oh, that's why it's doing that. The other way. Okay. I need to mess with that a little bit later, but basically, the webcam I think is just a little bit above average. If I were to evaluate it, the detail could be better. The colors could be better. But in particular, the resolution and detail just need to be improved on all webcams in general. Like this is just like pretty much your average gaming laptop webcam. So not great is my definition, I guess, if you will. So Keanu Steve says, "Hey Gizmo, just checked on the F15 4060. It says $999 instead of $899." Okay, gotcha. Well, interesting. Okay, well, maybe we got the price wrong. Maybe they changed the price since we updated the list earlier today. $8.99 is obviously a very, very good price. $9.99, still a pretty dang good price because you get the high quality display and a 4060 for that much money. I still think that's pretty worth it. Okay. Next up, we have our display test. I would also like to show you some two-finger scrolling and using the touchpad a little bit here. So, two fingers scrolling. Not too many delay, not much of a delay. It definitely still works just fine. It's just how big the touchpad is the main issue. All right. So it's time to get the Spider 5 Elite out. And we're going to plug this in. So weird plugging it in the back right corner like that. Like, USB-A's are usually not in that location. Okay, so need to put in my code for the software here. There we are. So the main thing to keep in mind with this display checker is that it tends to underestimate color gamut by 7 to 8% versus most other color checking tools. All right, so we are at 100% display brightness. We're nice and on there. Whew. When that changed color, it was just like smacked me in the face. Any RGB burn-in or issues on the keyboard? My 9i came in with several lighting issues after changing profiles in the Vantage software, getting a replacement from Lenovo. Adam, I'm not sure. Can you explain what RGB burn-in in the keyboard is? Like if you're trying to make it look white, does it like have like a red color or something? Like, what do you mean? When I think of burn-in, that's what I usually think of. But I have not noticed anything wonky or weird about the backlight or anything like that. Don't know why they put such a blur webcam on the GT77 Titan. Well, it's only 720p resolution on the GT77 Titan. I mean, at least, I'm pretty sure this is at least a 1080p webcam, but an actual resolution, neither of them are really it's not really 720p, and this was 1080p is really not that good either. Adibus says, I have a question. What causes the flickering? Like I got a problem with my F15 flickering on 144 hertz. I'm not sure. Flickering issue is going to vary a lot from laptop to laptop. Probably the most common flickering cause would probably be a loose display connector or a bad display. No longer functioning properly display on the laptop. So if you end up with that, I would recommend sending the laptop in for a warranty or work repair if you can't figure out what it is. Like I would try moving the hinge up and down, moving the laptop back and forth, seeing if the flicker goes away or happens more or less often. And I would also probably take the bottom off and look for where maybe the display connector connects to the motherboard and making sure everything's still plugged in, no problem. And if all of that looks good, then I would say you probably want to send it in for repair. Okay, so keeping in mind that this laptop checker, usually 7 to 8% underestimating. Let's go ahead and see what we get. All right, so 100% of sRGB, 88% of Adobe, 92% of the P3 color gamut. Interesting that we're not hitting 100% of Adobe when you factor in, like this is basically 100% of P3, and this is like 96% of Adobe. Let's check out our brightness, 610 only. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Our contrast ratio, 61,000 to 1, though. That is phenomenal. Now, when they say it's 1200 nits, I'm guessing what they mean is peak brightness with only a few pixels reaching that level of brightness. So in actuality, in reality, this display doesn't get that much brighter than, for example, my Blade 18. My Blade 18 is like 575 nits. Now, I wonder if we were to go to our Windows settings. We go in here and is there any HDR options? Use HDR. Let's try flipping that on. All right. And let's try doing another display test with HDR enabled and see if it's any different. I don't know. Also, might as well. I don't think there's anything in the Lenovo Vantage software that would warrant consideration for this, but maybe let's just. Yeah, I don't think so. There's just eye strain, eye care mode. That's the only thing I see here. Okay, let's try this with HDR mode enabled. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit disappointed we're not getting higher nits brightness in the test. Harambe says, "Are you getting the Legion Go?" Currently not planning on getting it and reviewing it. I'm personally happy with the Ally. Legion Go obviously I think has a higher resolution display, very similar processor if I remember correctly. Antonio Jackson says that's it. Yeah. So essentially what they mean is 610 nits brightness for all screen display, or at least like right in this display, right? In this display mode, what we have is 5 circles that are white, 4 that are dark. So a little bit over half of the display is full brightness. And like, let's say that we were trying to get maximum brightness. Like you could probably just have one of these circles light up and you're going to get more brightness out of that one square, because the way the display works is there's only so much brightness that you can get out of the display. And essentially the more portion of the display you have lit up as white, the lower nits brightness you're going to get out of that portion of the display. That's essentially how these mini LED displays work. So for an all screen brightness, you're looking, or at least over 50% brightness, we're looking at 600 and something nits. What was it, like 610 nits, I believe? Interesting. Look at our, when we enabled HDR mode, look at our color gamut shift. Only 92% of sRGB, 69% of Adobe, 70% of P3. And our brightness also went down. 550 nits brightness for our peak when we enabled HDR mode. So you're probably not going to want to do HDR mode. I'm just going to turn that off. Very interesting result. I gotta say, I wish we could get higher. The highest I've tested so far in terms of screen brightness is the MSI GT77, where we did, I think, 870 nits or something like that. So pretty interesting. Let's go ahead and take a look at an example HDR video with this laptop. I mean, it's a gorgeous display. Like, even if it didn't theoretically hit the 1200 nits in my testing, it's gorgeous. And we also hit really high levels of brightness at 610. So that's still very, very bright, obviously. All right. Hey, look, there we are. That's us right there. Okay. Perfect. All right, moving on. What's our next test? So, laptop control software evaluation. This is where Lenovo usually does really well, but let's go ahead and take a look at the Lenovo Vantage software. I'm going to go and get the camera placed properly here. And there we go. Okay. So here is the Lenovo Vantage software. We got the Legion 9i IRX8 for the top left up here. Brett Allen says, hey, you need to calibrate the HDR. Oh, interesting. How would you you have to redo your calibration with the Spider 5 Elite and then recalibrate the display once you enable it. Is that what you're saying? Interesting. Okay. All right. So looking at all of our specs here, this is the main dashboard of Lenovo Vantage. All right. So in the bottom left, we have system update. You can get BIOS updates through here, driver updates through here. But usually most of the updates come directly through Windows Update. So you don't necessarily have to do that too much. You got power options here, including setting your battery health to basically be less than 100%. So you can enable conservation mode, which is if you want to make your lithium-ion battery last longer. I would enable this. It keeps your battery only up to 75, 80% capacity, which is going to increase the length of how long the lithium-ion battery will last in your system. I usually keep mine at like 70, 80%, somewhere in that range. Even on my Blade 18. And that's just because I want my battery to last many, many years. And lithium-ion batteries should be able to last that long, but they won't last that long if you're going all the way up to 100%. Now, I haven't enabled that on this laptop yet. But yeah, I would. If I was keeping this laptop, I would enable that. There's also overnight battery charging mode. So if you're constantly using your laptop up, then like your battery, you're going always traveling with it, always using it away from the wall. You can plug it in so that it only goes up to 100% before the predicted first use. So if you're always leaving at 8 a.m. and then you're using it at, leaving the house at 8 a.m., it'll try to charge it shortly before you leave in the morning. That way it's not sitting there at 100% the whole night. So that prevents battery from aging as much, plus you get the full 100% length of battery. So I would recommend that if you're constantly leaving the house at the same time every day. You have some audio settings, including your microphone volume, sensitivity. You have your webcam settings. You can change your brightness of the webcam and the contrast ratio of the webcam. It's nice. Keyboard top row functions. This is your FN lock key. Now you can enable this. Let's see if I can get the camera to focus. There we go. You can enable this by holding the FN plus escape key. And then you got an LED right here that lights up on the left. And this changes your functionality up here on the F1 through 12 keys. I talked about this earlier. You can change this in the BIOS. You can change this with the FN plus lock key button. And you can also change it right here in Lenovo Vantage as well. So it's kind of cool that you have so many places you can change this at. All right, advanced settings. Microsoft noise cancellation and wireless optimization. Don't think you're going to get much out of them. All right. Next, settings. You've got Tobii eye tracking, which is something that you can use in certain game titles for, like, for example, looking around a cockpit in, I think, Microsoft Flight Simulator or Elite Dangerous. There's certain options like that. And basically, limited usefulness depending on what games you play. I've personally owned laptops that had supported Tobii, and I never used it once. But I probably should have tried. I don't know. I just never got around to trying to set it all up because it felt like too much hassle. But I probably should have tried. Anyway, so the other things you need to know in this interface, you've got your thermal mode. So you got performance balanced with Lenovo Legion AI engine, which in my opinion does nothing worthwhile. As far as I've been able to tell, every time I've tested it, it doesn't improve performance or actually accurately boost performance to what I'm wanting it to do. So don't fall for the AI gimmick at this point, in my opinion. So balanced mode is going to reduce your fan noise and provide like 90% of your potential performance typically. Performance mode will give you 98% of your performance. Quiet mode will give you probably 50, 60, 70% of your performance depending on the game. And then custom mode, you've got actual control over your power limit sliders, as well as your dynamic boost amounts. And so like your cross load power limit is very important for helping prevent, for your example, if you want your GPU always targeting 175 watts, you can prevent your CPU from going more than 60 watts. So your GPU does not drop below 175 under typical workloads. So there's certain advantages, and you can tune this and tweak this quite significantly when you're trying to target better frame rates in certain games if you know what you're doing. So obviously you probably want to do dynamic boost 25 watts. You probably want to set it to 150 for your GPU. And if you want to, you could just max everything out here. If you do that, the problem is you may end up actually not getting the full, your full GPU power unless you know how to tweak this, I guess you could say. Because if you go over your, if you set the long-term power limit higher than your cross-loading power limit, then you're probably going to never, or very rarely, actually 175 watts in your GPU. So you got to, like, put this at your cross-load value, so you can hit that higher GPU value. You also have your PL1 tau. I believe this is how long your GPU or your CPU will go for the higher power limit target. In general, you're not going to see a massive performance difference with custom mode versus performance mode. Performance mode is going to give you like 99% of the way there. There's only certain titles you're going to get some real benefit in going into custom mode. So just keep that in mind. Now, because we went into the BIOS and enabled CPU overclocking, there is a CPU overclock function here now in the Lenovo Vantage software. So we can install the driver. I guess we need to install the driver. This is basically enabling us to... I don't know why it's not already installed. You would think once you enable the feature, it would already be there. And it's not giving us an option to actually download it. I don't know what's going on with that. Interesting. It seems like Lenovo may have forgot to enable this CPU overclocking driver download. But basically, once you have this installed, you can undervolt your CPU right here from this interface in Lenovo Vantage. But the problem is, with the CPU undervolting, you don't have full control of all of your power limits and all of your like undervolting values. I believe you don't have your E cores control or your ring control. You just have your main P cores for undervolting inside of this undervolt. And I think you have your P cores and your cache, but you don't have your E cores or the ring. So if you want to do full undervolting, I would recommend looking at my Legion Pro 7i optimization and undervolting guide, because that will give you a more detailed example of how to set up an undervolt. So check out my live stream history and you can find that. But that'll show you how to set it all up using another software option, which is throttle stop. Throttle stop being fairly easy to use once you understand how to use the interface and automatically applying your undervolt every time you load into Windows. Network boost will probably do nothing, but you can choose to prioritize certain games if you want. I would probably only mess with that if you're running into issues with your existing network situation. Auto close, I believe this will automatically close, say, your browsers or something whenever you launch a game. GPU working mode, we're in dedicated only mode. Hybrid mode will let you switch between integrated and dedicated graphics on the fly. Dedicated GPU mode being the NVIDIA GPU only being enabled, theoretically, maybe allowing your Intel CPU to be a little bit cooler because you don't have the integrated GPU active in theory. But I'm pretty sure if I go to Device Manager right now, that the integrated GPU is still there. I guess it's not in there. Let's see what Afterburner, see if Afterburner shows it being active or not. So let me make the Afterburner interface bigger. Maybe the system just was not restarted yet. So, oops, we changed the. We changed the skin. I just want the default one. Okay, there it is. Okay. And it's interesting because some of the skins actually have different functionality attached to the skins. So, so yeah, normally there's a little drop down right here where you can switch between the two GPUs if there's multiple GPUs. So right now, yeah, the integrated graphics card is disabled, which is how it's supposed to be in this dedicated GPU mode. So if you want to have better battery life, you go to hybrid mode. If you want to have the best possible battery life, you would want to go into hybrid iGPU only mode, which is going to prevent your RTX 4090 from activating at all. And some advanced Optimus implementations, like on my Blade 18, for example, the 4090 is going to kick on every now and then and just suck up battery juice. And I've seen this in the Omen 17. I've seen this in the Blade 18. I've seen this in a few different laptops. With Advanced Optimus, it's one of the things that they need to figure out. But hybrid iGPU only mode is going to be helpful to prevent that from happening and guaranteeing you're going to get better battery life. So this is what I'd recommend if you know you're going to be in battery life mode and you know you won't need the 4090 during battery life mode. Okay. Overdrive is a setting that basically makes your latency on your display slightly better. Touchpad lock disables your touchpad so you can't accidentally tap it when you're playing games or doing other things with an external mouse. Rapid charge will obviously charge your laptop a little bit faster. Wi-Fi security, I just leave that checked unless you're running into problems. Adaptive refresh rate is probably something you'd want to generally have checked. That would usually be included with G-Sync, typically. Interesting. That's a different setting than normally you would see. Now, there are 6 different settings here out of the box for the Lenovo Spectrum, and this is your RGB control for your laptop. And you can see there are brightness settings, and there's quite a few different levels of brightness to the RGB. And then there's also different profiles that you can use. Let's go ahead and show you all the different profiles that come with the laptop out of the box. And let's go ahead and turn off the lights and give you an RGB show here. Okay, so this is the default, which basically is like a corkscrew RGB rotation around the center of the laptop. And this, of course, also translates to the rear light. Beautiful RGB implementation. This is a laptop that would absolutely get you noticed when you go to like Starbucks or something, or use this in a business meeting. Everyone's gonna be like, oh my God, it's so colorful. Which could be really bad or really good, depending on who you are and what you want. Anyway, the Legion logo also lighting up with RGB, which is really cool, but again, not for everybody. Of course, you can just turn all of this off, right? And use nothing if you want. You could also make it look very businessy by doing only one color. You don't have to do multiple colors. You could just do one color. You can also customize this, right? So, interesting. So, wow, that's profile 4. Profile 3 just has smaller lighting around the sides. Profile 4 is like this raindrop dance disco thing. Profile 5 is nothing, I guess. Oh, it's audio bounce lighting. So if I add audio, so this is really cool. If you have music playing, you can have audio pop up. Let's just play some of the music. It's that looks cool. So that's pretty neat. Let's see here. Audio ripple lighting. I guess we can check that out too, because that's going to be different. So ripple comes out from the middle. So interesting choices for the audio bounce. I personally prefer, obviously, profile 1, which is just like all around. You can also do a custom effect. So let's just change this, right? So this is, I'm modifying this profile. To modify the profile, I just clicked on this always function. All right, so I clicked on the always function, and now I can change these settings here. And I can change the custom color. Let's just say I wanted to make it white. We'll apply it. Now, we have just a white backlight for everything. So if you wanted something that's a little more professional, you could disable all of the side RGB ribbon lights and everything. Or you could leave them on if you wanted. It certainly makes it more professional just having it all be white. But if you wanted to make it really professional, just turn off the backlight except for the main keyboard area. There. And now I've made it so it's just the main keyboard area that's backlit. Just by highlighting it and then selecting it. So now I've got a professional version of my lighting and a crazy RGB version all set up. And whoa, interesting. It did not change the RGB lights. So very interesting that because I didn't have settings for around the edges, now it's So I guess we gotta select these, add them in, and we gotta set all of these to be off. Always. I don't know. Like there's no option for turning them to the off mode. So interesting. Well, if you're in a business meeting, I managed to get it there, but I had to manually set it there to this. And when I just do a quick switches, it keeps the rainbow along the bottom. There's probably a workaround for this. Like, I know one way you could do this is you could add effect, and you could just set it, if you wanted to, you could set it so that all of these... Sorry, I meant to select this, and we'll do that, and we'll do this. Do that. Okay, so I could just set this to be audio bounce lighting. There. And now, oh wait. Does it not let you do multiple effects? This is so interesting to me how they set this up. So you can only do one effect at a time with the software. And that's certainly going to limit you in what you can do. But I think they need to change their software so that when you set it, so that only your keyboard is lit up, it turns off the RGB rainbow lights on the other parts of the keyboard. It seems like a bit of a bug right now with how this is implemented. So there you go, Lenovo. I hope you watch this video and fix your RGB implementation so that if I just want the keyboard lit up and I want all of the rainbow lights to turn off, it'll do that in this profile. So, okay, let's move on. I showed you all of the RGB for this, but it's per key RGB. There's a lot of flexibility. Definitely a little bit annoying that it didn't work exactly how I was hoping or how I think it was meant to work. And that Lenovo still has a little bit of maturing to do with their at least RGB implementation portion. But yeah, so that's the software. There is Nahimic for your audio, which we're about to do our speaker test here in a moment. I believe that is next. Yeah, so let's go ahead and show you Nahimic, which is your audio control software. Let me go ahead and check chat here. Dun, dun, dun. LSP says, a Vantage glitch. Lenovo Legion toolkit works, developed by Discord users and works much better. It comes in the Legion Discord to discuss. Interesting. That's probably true. Nahimic has failed to load properly. Interesting little error there. Let's try again. All right, so we're about to do a speaker test with an audio decibel meter. I'm trying to restore Nahimic if I can real quick. But if this doesn't work, we'll move in straight into the speaker test. But Nahimic allows you to boost the bass, increase your treble, increase the mids if you want. And generally, I would turn it on and just leave everything on to the defaults because it's kind of basically tuned to make the speakers a little bit louder and a little bit better overall. All right, so first up, we're going to test Peter Spacey Roar. We're going to let Nahimic download fully first. Is the battery 38C? That seems a little high temp-wise. I don't think that that's that high, actually. 38 Celsius is not that hot. For internal components, you think about it like a laptop thermal throttle is at 100 degrees. So 38C to Fahrenheit is only 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is only a little bit warmer than room temperature in this room because it's 73 degrees in this room, so only 27 degrees up. So I would not say that that's a big deal. Nahimic Restore tool is downloading right now. I suppose we could go ahead and get our baseline established for how loud the room is right now while this is downloading. I turned the screen brightness down just now. Okay. This is saying, it just says I need to restart the machine. I think I just reinstalled the sound driver just now. Well, it looks like we're almost done here, but we're going to have to restart the machine. Restart, yes, okay. Hopefully now Nahimic will work. Todoroki says, rank the best mini LED to screen. Legion 9i, Asus M16, Flow X16, or Razer 16. I think that depends on really what you're looking for. I think the average gamer is going to love the Asus Mini LED QHD 240 Hz display the most. You can see there's some bloom around the Legion logo because of that Mini LED. The human eyes don't pick it up as much as the camera. The camera is very sensitive to the bloom. Logged in with the fingerprint sensor again, no problem. That's been working really well. Usually fingerprint sensors on laptops tend to be pretty janky and don't work very well, but this one so far has pretty much logged me in every time unless my finger was like damp or wet. So Todoroki, I think it depends on what you want. I think the Razer screen and the Legion 9i screen are going to be more attractive for people that want a higher resolution. Same for the GT77. But I think the Legion 9i does a better job than the Blade or the GT77 because I think it's a higher resolution, but not too high of a resolution. You know, the native resolution is still going to be good enough in this to not be, you're still gonna be able to play native resolution games very easily, at least current generation. So I'm not at all worried about performance with the 9i, where I would be worried about the performance with the GT77. All right, so that's kind of, or like the Scar, the Razer 16. Try to play at 4K 120 hertz. It's going to be a problem in some games. So, all right, so we've got volume to the max. We got effects enabled. You can see voice, bass, treble. You also have surround sound and volume stabilizers. These are kind of gimmicks since there's no surround sound really on this laptop. Volume stabilizer might be useful in certain games if you want to hear soft sounds like footsteps more easily. So we're going to leave that on, all of those things on. Let's go ahead and go into our audio test. Okay, so let's get our baseline audio levels. Around 42.9. Hey, Carla, can you stop making noise for a second? Thank you. Yeah, 42.9 is like our baseline right now. That's with like slight fan noise on the laptop, and we've got a little bit of a room fan blowing in. Otherwise, it'd probably be around 40 in this room. Okay. So Peter Spacey Roar is first. Let's go ahead and do that one. Yeah, you definitely got bass on this, and I feel like the mids and highs could still be clearer, but you definitely have some good bass on this laptop. Let's do Faded Aeon Half-Life. Here we go. That audio is very clean sounding to me. Deuce Williams, La La Love You Like.
I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la.
Yeah, I mean, those are some good speakers. I feel like those are very similar to the GE78 we tested this last Friday. Right in line with those. I don't think they're going to be quite as good as the Blade 18 speakers. Let me see. I don't want to do the comparison side by side right now, but I think the Blade 18 could still get quite a bit louder, and the clarity is a little better on the mids and highs with the Blade 18. But the bass is really good. The volume is pretty good as well, but I noticed on the decibel meter it wasn't going as high as some of the other laptops, which is interesting to me because it sounded very loud to my ears. So, what do you guys think, chat? Did you like that? Clear, but not loud. Sounds good. Better than the Scar 18. Yeah, I would say the Scar 18 was a little bit worse than this. But the Scar 18, Scar 16 and 18 had, I think, the same speakers, and they were both very, they were good speakers. But I don't think they were quite as good as this. I think this was a little bit better. Books on Stereo says, I'm so excited to be at a live show. I love your videos. Helped convince me to buy the Pro 7i 4090. Nice, man. Well, welcome to the live. Okay. All right. So next up, we've got fan noise testing with the decibel meter. So we're going to go ahead and load up 3D Mark and see how loud this laptop gets when it's under full load. And on the different fan profiles. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna make sure Afterburner is enabled. We're gonna load up TimeSpy. We're gonna do a custom run. We're gonna loop it, and here we go. Books on Stereo. Welcome to being a member of the channel. Appreciate it. I appreciate the support. When you become a member, you get some nice perks like emojis and a little thing next to your name. There's a few other members on the channel that are on the stream right now. But interesting. So our on-screen display is not reading the 4090 anymore, because I know why. It's because I went into dedicated GPU only mode, and it turns off. It like removes it from MSI Afterburner and loads it up as a new GPU. So that's why. So this is the overlay tool that I use, and these are the settings right here that I use. I get comments asking quite often what I do. Basically, inside of Afterburner here, you can configure what you want to show up in your overlay. And then in Riva Statistics Tuner here, you can set the font, the location, the size, and all of that. So between those two, and sometimes I have to pull up HW info to get the additional information. There you go. So that's where we're at right now. Let's pull up the Lenovo Vantage. We're in thermal mode, performance. Let's go ahead and raise the back. I always raise the back of every laptop I test. So let's go ahead and raise the back up right now. All right. All right, so now we're raised up about a ½ inch. And yeah, so here we are. We've got our GPU overclock being applied. And notice that the default overclock applied by Lenovo is plus 150, 200. That's a very strong overclock for an out-of-the-box overclock, the highest we've ever seen from a manufacturer. Usually it's 50, maybe 100 on the core clock. And then maybe 200 or maybe 100 on the VRAM. But to have 150 out of the box, that's quite strong. Okay. I just wanted to point that out. And that is currently active right here on this. And it, you know, it's interesting. Even with this overclock, we still are not hitting 170 watts, and our boost clock is, I mean, it's good at 2100, but you know, like the XMG Neo 17 that we were testing with the water cooler and everything's souped up, that thing's doing like like it was super overclocked too. It was like plus 250 on the overclock. You know, that thing was doing like 2200 to 2400, sometimes up to like 2490 on the boost clock for the GPU. So just know that in performance mode here, this is good for a 4090. Just know that it's not the very, very best you'll ever see in a 4090 laptop. And that makes sense because, you know, this doesn't have an external water cooler. This doesn't have the biggest, beefiest cooling ever. And this thing's a fairly thin laptop overall. Like, thinner than your average laptop for 2023 that do 175 watts. So, am I going to do a comparison between the 9i and the 4090 7i video? Yes. I plan on doing a direct head-to-head performance comparison. I don't think there'll be much of a performance difference between the two laptops, and that's kind of what I'm going to try to show. And as well, I'm going to also test the water cooling on the VRAM and see if it makes any difference having the water cooling loop compared to the Pro 7i, which uses a different cooling methodology where the heat pipes, you know, are going over all the VRAM instead. So it's a different type. And I'm thinking, honestly, the Pro 7i cooling is probably going to be superior. But I don't think the reason to get the 9i is for the better cooling. I think the reason to get the 9i is for the mini LED display and the DDR5 6400 memory. So, okay, so we want to go ahead and just do custom mode, fan speed, full speed, and in custom mode, we're just going to cap everything at 100% speeds here, okay? Boom. We're going to save this. We're in full max fan speed. Keep in mind our out of the box, our room audio decibels are at 43, like 42.9. So let's go ahead and see how loud our fans are right now. Right around 59.1, 59.2 decibels for our max fan noise. And let's take a look at our power limits on the laptop now that we're in custom mode. $173 watts going through that GPU now in custom mode. It's nice to see that GPU wattage coming up a little bit higher. Because it was, and our boost clock also seems to be a little bit higher now in custom mode, 2235. Maybe that was just temporary, and that like this time spy test kind of the boost clock fluctuates up and down depending on the area of the test. 52 watts of going through the CPU, 3.9 gigahertz on the i9. Pretty sure this could be higher if we could undervolt the system. 19% GPU utilization, 74 degrees, 75 degrees on the CPU. Those are good CPU temps. In particular, 173 watts going through the GPU. 2145 is very good. 100% GPU utilization. 73 degrees on the GPU is also pretty dang good. Not like super cold or anything, but also not warm at all. I think that's very acceptable temps for the GPU. Honestly, that's very, very good temps. We are, you know, thermal throttling for the NVIDIA GPU is going to be 87 degrees. So we're 14 degrees under thermal throttle levels. So that's excellent in general. And the fact that we're basically going down in temps since we went into max fan mode. I mean, we're pretty much stable, I think, for temps. I don't think it's going to go down or up much at this point. But if you were to use a laptop cooler, I'm pretty sure you could drop the temps another 5, 7 to 10 degrees, most likely. Okay. For that comparison, can you also put the 32 gig Kingston Fury in the Pro 7i? Well, I currently have the 32 gig Kingston Fury in the Blade 18. I put it into my Blade 18, and I did confirm that it runs on the tighter timings, CL40 timings instead of CL46 timings. So, but it only runs it at 5600. It doesn't go up to 6400, and there's no way I can change it to 6400 in the Blade 18. So that's the main downside, I guess you could say. Let's go ahead and, so these are our temps and everything for full custom mode and a constant loop. Let's switch to performance mode. And let's go ahead and see. Let's see where our temperatures shift around to and our fan noise. Austin says Nitro 5, 165 hertz IPS, i7, 12650H, RTX 4060, 16 gigs DDR5 for $1,000 on sale. Is that good? Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Especially if that IPS display is close to 100% sRGB, then that would be excellent, I would think, all around for the value for its money. If it's not 100% sRGB, then maybe going for the Asus TUF F15 4060, which is right now $1,000, Austin. I talked about it at the beginning. It was at $899, but now I think it's at $1,000. Someone was saying in chat. So that one might be a little bit better than that, but it's pretty close, depending on. What did the loudest decibels in the GT77? I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I think it was close to 60. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. Maybe it was 58. You have to check the recent live stream I did with the GT77. Okay, I think our fan noise has balanced out, and we've hit stable fan noise. Let's go ahead and see what our decibels is at. The fans seem to be moving around a little bit. As the temperatures in the test go up a little bit, the fans kicked on a little bit higher. So notice that the temps right now, 77 on the CPU, 78 on the GPU. You know, I'm pretty sure Lenovo has this fan profile curve for the performance fans set up so that it's going to consistently boost the fans as it needs to bring everything into line, you know, so to keep the temperatures down in check. You know, it was interesting too. Our clock speeds on the GPU seem to be lower. I was also seeing lower wattage on the GPU. You know, one thing that I'm not going to worry about it right now, but one thing I want to point out is the VRAM temperature on the GPU, which is kind of the focus of the integrated water cooler for this laptop. 175 watts right there, by the way. So right now our fan speed has kind of gone up and down a little bit. Let's go ahead and see how loud it is right now. So it was at 51.5 earlier, but as things got a little warmer, it kicked the fans up to 53.5 decibels, which I think that's what we're going to go with, 53.5 decibels for performance mode. That's like moderately loud, but not insanely loud, considering it's full performance mode. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch it over to balanced mode now. And in balanced mode, we should see a little bit less GPU wattage, a little bit less CPU wattage. Wow, balanced mode. Oh, that really tanked the GPU down to 100 watts. I was expecting like 150 watts in balanced mode. But this balanced mode really took the wattage out from that GPU. If I enable Legion AI, is that going to do anything for us in this balance mode? Is that going to bring our GPU back online at all? I don't think so. Okay, Anonymous Boss with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. I'm not sure what the R is. Thank you though. Either way, I just appreciate the support. Hey Gizmo, do you think this i9 is going head to head with the MSI in terms of speed and screen quality? I think in terms of screen quality, I would personally probably prefer this screen because of it's more in balance with the 4090 that we have in a laptop, with the ability to play games. This is going to play way more games at the native resolution. And in terms of brightness, the GT77 Titan tested higher on my test for total brightness. But performance-wise, this is very similar to the Titan GT77 as far as I can tell. The main thing this has over the Titan is the RAM speed. The RAM speed's much faster in this than what the Titan had. And but in terms of GPU, total wattage, port selection, the Titan's got the Legion 9i there, I think, by a little bit. Well, maybe not the wattage. The wattage is about the same. You gotta. They're on the same tier of GPU wattage, but the thing is, the GT77, it seems like they there's a thing called shunt modding, where you basically trick the computer into thinking it has less wattage than it actually has, so it can run at a higher clock speed. And it's basically the way that the GT77 Titan and the XMG Neo 17, it's similar to shunt modding, at least, how they get to higher boost clocks while only staying at 175 watts according to what the driver thinks it's running at. So this is, as far as I can tell, this is not shunt modding at all, because we're getting normal boost clocks for the 4090 in this. So we're going to get like equal to the best 4090 performance that NVIDIA meant for the 4090. Okay. So 1680 right now for our clock speed, 1770, 106 watts of power in balance mode, 66 degrees. I don't think this is that great. You're obviously, look, we're getting 102 FPS. You can still play games in balance mode for sure, but just know this is like really neutering your performance, because we were doing 175 watts, 165 to 175 watts. Now we're doing 102 to 105 watts. And that also reduced our clock speed a lot. Our CPU went from 60, 50, 60 watts down to 30. And so that's going to limit your CPU bound gaming performance in balanced mode. So their balanced mode it's kind of like some of the quieter modes out there for other laptops, which is kind of interesting. So balanced mode, I'm expecting to be fairly quiet. Let's go ahead and check out how loud it is. .47 decibels, give or take just a little bit. So it's definitely louder. You can definitely hear the fans, but they're not overwhelming. You could probably game pretty dang well with these loud speakers, the high quality speakers that we have in this, and have no problem. But just know that your performance in balance mode is significantly less than performance mode. It's like literally only like 2/3 of the wattage level of the GPU. We're going to quiet mode. How loud is this system in quiet mode? Okay, so quiet mode. Wow, quiet mode. 21 watts, 22 watts for the CPU. Only 53 watts for the GPU, 55 watts. It looks like we have a 55 watt power limit on the GPU. Our boost clock on the GPU, only 750. And look at our FPS, only 42. So if this Time Spy test was a playable game, this would be like barely playable territory. Like it would be playable, but not quite great, right? Now, let's go ahead and see how loud the fans are. I think the fans are basically going to be room silent or equal to the low level of decibels on the room. Yeah, 42.5. Basically, the fans are like, you can kind of hear the whisper of the fans just a little bit. But you're not going to really hear it over any other room noise if there's other things going on in the room. So that's really nice. Quiet mode, though, really not giving you much performance. out of the machine. Like this is really only going to be playable for older titles or if you're okay with lower FPS. So that's what quiet mode's like. Okay, so we're going to do custom mode for our testing today with performance. Everything's cranked up to the maximum. Let's see here. I'm trying to decide. We'll see what we get. I think there may be one of these that we're going to want to set to a little bit lower. But let's go ahead and leave this like that. You know what? While we're here, let's do performance mode. All right. Let's plug in the USB-C and see what we get. All right. Switching power adapter. All right, so we're unplugging the standard. We'll plug USB-C in. What's our performance going to be like? Okay, so it's showing that we are plugged in. All right. Even though I had performance mode selected, it switched us back to balanced mode. All right. So we're plugged in with the 140 watt USB-C. We're in balanced mode and we're doing 28 watts to the CPU, 78 watts to the GPU. Those fans are kicking in pretty loud. Let me just actively select balance mode. This is super interesting. This is enough to play a lot of games. 80 watts, 1300 on the boost clock, 24 watts to the CPU. So you're definitely going to be able to game on USB-C, but it's not the full. It's like half the performance you'd normally expect. So if you're playing a game that's normally like 200 FPS, you can probably still get 100, you know, or maybe like 120 or something. It's going to vary a lot, obviously, from game to game, because if it's a CPU-bound game, that might change things a lot because our CPU wattage is only 30, basically. What's up, Mike? We're having a great day. Yes, thank you. But that's cool. I mean, it's cool that you can game on USB-C, right? Like the fact that it's possible to do so is great. And so if you do end up taking the USB-C, it's not like you're getting nothing. It's not like a nothing burger performance-wise. And if we go into Cinebench R23, let's go ahead and do a run on the USB-C instead of USB, instead of the full power plug real quick. So we get I guess we could do a official time spy run on USB-C and then an official Cinebench R23 run. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do our Cinebench R23 run. Let's do I don't know, 2 or 3 runs here. See our power limits and everything. All right, so we got to go to not 10-minute test. Okay, so out of the gate, we're doing 1.8 gigahertz on the P cores, 1.7 gigahertz on the E cores, and looks like 41 watts of power to the CPU. That is not a lot. All right. Not a lot of performance on USB-C. I mean, it's it's enough probably to do basic stuff, but I mean, that's not even close to what the CPU wants. The CPU wants like 140 watts just to the CPU if it wants to go full performance or close to full performance. So this is probably more akin to what you should expect in battery only mode, you know? So yeah, you really don't want to expect too much performance here. Let's go ahead and do a test with me just looking at the Cinebench R23 window one more time. 13,800 points on battery or on USB-C. All right, so we'll do one test here on USB-C without looking away or anything. Fernando says, hey Gizmo, is the RTX 3070 Ti still worth buying right now? If you're on a budget, I do think that it is still a very relevant laptop. The main issue is I really think frame generation is going to be part of the future, and you don't have that with 3070 Ti's. But at the same time, FSR3, which is coming out from AMD, is basically a competitor to frame gen. And it's going to be accessible to RTX 3070 Ti laptops as well. So as long as FSR3 turns out really well, then the frame generation issue is going to be less important, I guess. All right, so 16,999. So 17,000 here on USB-C power. That's pretty dang good. Let's do one on battery. All right, this is a battery only. I've unplugged the USB-C. This is a battery only run. All right. Battery only, we're actually doing 45 watts of power. What? Really? With battery only, 45 watts? What? That's too funny. Mike Mishler says, I got a G15 with a 3070 and 5900 HS. I'll sell you super cheap too. There you go. That's a good laptop. That's the laptop that Carla has still. And it's working great. Still can play almost all the games pretty much. A QHD resolution if you just turn the settings to medium low in certain titles. Okay, 15,000 here in battery only mode. All right, let's run Time Spy. Let's run Time Spy on USB-C next. And then we'll do a full power Time Spy run. Britt Allen says 13,000 beats the i9 10th gen. It's true. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, we got 17,000. That's still really good compared to previous gen laptops. Like, that was close to the peak of last gen. It's just basically half the performance of what this thing could really do if it was really cranking, you know, at full power with the full power plug, you know. So obviously if you're doing work and you're like, time is money, literally, do not use the USB-C when time is money. You take the full power plug, but obviously USB-C is going to be enough to do general office tasks and even gaming. USB-C will be possible to do that. Just maybe not like the latest and most demanding titles at high frame rates. It'll be more like lower settings or having to lower the resolution or turn DLSS lower or something. You have to tweak it somehow to get it to run smoothly with USB-C. Austin says, hey Gizmo, you are the best gaming laptop reviewer YouTube channel ever. Thanks, Austin. I appreciate it. Best of luck. Hopefully you get a laptop you love, man. Austin has been tuning into the live streams lately, and he's been trying to get around $1,000 laptop. Trying to get himself a good budget system. So right now, 92 FPS, Time Spy, 38 39 watts of power going through that CPU. It's interesting. USB-C, right now we're running this on USB-C, and when we're doing a CPU only benchmark, it only does 45 watts, but with the GPU pulling 85 watts, it can still do 37 watts to the CPU. Like, I feel like USB-C, they should be able to probably do like 100 watts of power just to the CPU. But maybe they would only be able to do that if you are in like Optimus mode or like iGPU only mode, maybe. Then maybe you would be able to pull that much, because it wants to be able to basically designate 80 watts of the power to the GPU is basically what it seems like. So going into the second test now. It's interesting that our wattage on the CPU has come down, because we were doing like 35. Now we're doing 23 watts to the CPU. Still around 80 watts to the GPU though, which is still, that's just phenomenal. Temperatures are looking amazing on USB-C gaming. 58 degrees on the GPU, 62 on the CPU. And on top of that, the fan noise is very quiet. So USB-C gaming is kind of like a little bit more neutered, balanced mode, basically, for USB-C. Yeah, Niebuhr, it's interesting how massively more power efficient the 4000 series is over like the 3000 series. Niebuhr says at the 200p screen needs massive muscle. Yes, it's about a 50% increase to screen resolution from QHD plus. So it is going to be a jump up in terms of frame rate requirements. Or I guess performance, I don't know what you want to call it, graphical performance, jumping up to this 3.2K display. Okay, so what do we get on USB-C gaming? Time Spy, what do we get? I'm guessing like 12,000? 15,000, wow. That's a little bit higher than I thought. USB-C gaming is still gaming pretty dang hard. I mean, that's pretty good. 10,800 for CPU, 15,100 for GPU. Certainly going to be plenty of performance for your average user. All right, going back to standard wall outlet power. We're going to go to custom mode. All the sliders turned to max. All right, we are ready to go. The jet engine is lifting off. You hear it? So that was one of the first times I used to do. It was one of the first times I've done a USB-C gaming test, and actually had pretty dang good results. I've done a little bit of USB-C testing in the past, but not on the recent Gen Tech, at least, I guess I would say. So right now, custom mode, GPU overclock is checked. Okay, so know that this Time Spy test has a 150/200 overclock out of the box. This was enabled. Literally, I did not turn this on. Lenovo turned this on without me doing anything. All right, so this is like the out of the box performance, quite literally. I did custom mode with full fan speed though, so that's one thing I did change. It's interesting, our temps staying in the 60s, not jumping up that high, doing a great job keeping our temps in line. I don't miss my 3080. Yeah, that's true. I had a Legion 7i when the 4000 series came out. I was like, I don't need to upgrade. I'm good. And then I'm like, I started seeing how powerful the 4090 was, and I'm like, this is basically 2 times the performance of my 3080. Okay, I'll upgrade. It's worth it. And plus the screen quality. That was the 2 things for me. Like, it was the display quality, the screen quality, and also the number of cores and the multi-core performance just dwarfed my Legion 7i. And like when I went to play Hogwarts, I was like, this is not very playable. On ultra settings, at least, it was not very playable. So I had to choose, do I want to play on like medium settings in Hogwarts or upgrade my laptop? And I was like, okay, I'm gonna upgrade. so yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm very happy with the 4090 performance, especially if I were to have tried to play Starfield on a 3080. I feel like that experience especially would not have been very good at QHD resolution. It's still possible to have played it, but using the DLSS frame gen mod plus a 4090, I'm doing like, 120 to 150 FPS probably on average in the game now in Starfield. And that's so much better than what a 3080 without frame gen would do. But again, I'm hoping FSR 3 changes all of that. And even a 3080 would do, whoa, 23,085 out the box. Technically with a 150/200 overclock, but that is, have we broken 23,000 before for an out of the box score? Like, this is like untuned, like an average user just bought this and did the test. This is what they were going to get pretty much, at least if they just do custom mode with full sliders. That's phenomenal. The CPU score being 18,932, also very, very good. Especially since the CPU is not undervolted at all, and there are gains to be had in the CPU performance category as well. The GPU could probably go up to maybe 23.2, 23.4 with more overclock on the GPU, as long as it's stable. But yeah, that's excellent. That is really good. 23,000, 18,000.9. Really, really good. Okay, so it's time to go into our. Let me show you our RAM timings real quick. You can see 3.2, basically 3,200, and this gets doubled for our RAM speed for a total of 6,400. Our cast latency is 40, and our other latencies are 40, 40, 95, 135, 510, and a command rate of 2. So we're on command rate 2, 6,400. CL40 timings, that's good RAM speed. So I'm hoping Warzone 2 is just absolutely cranking. Let's go ahead and open up our Cinebench R23, and we'll do a bunch of runs. All right, so this is our out of the box performance Cinebench R23. Let's pull this down. Let's pull this over. There we go. Reset this. Our P core is doing 3.9 gigahertz. So I'll zoom in just a little bit more. $29,490 for our first run. Also, we don't have process lasso installed. Let's go ahead and just set that up while it's doing this next run. It's fine. All those cores got to be put to use somehow, right? So might as well do it right now. All right, so we're going to do above normal for our Cinebench R23 priority for these tests. It's going to boost the scores just a little bit. Okay. Wow, we only got 21,000 during that test because we were literally doing something else. What's our power limits at? What? That cannot be right, right? It says we're only at 59 watts of power to the CPU. Our CPU is doing 52 degrees and only 2.5 gigahertz. We must have something wrong in our Lenovo Vantage custom mode. So the cross-loading is 60 watts, which means it's going to limit the CPU to only 60 watts of power when it detects a GPU and CPU load. But we're in a CPU-only load work situation here, so the NVIDIA GPU should not be pulling much wattage, only 8 watts right now. So it should be able to pull a lot more wattage than that. $121 watts of power now. 152 watts of power. There we go. I don't know, it must have detected a cross-load situation and it reduced. And now it's doing it again. Down to 58 watts of power. Very interesting. Let's try to go performance mode. All right. Performance mode, maybe performance mode will give us better results in this situation. I'm thinking it will. All right, performance mode. P cores are doing 3.99, E cores 3.4. Our CPU package power 155 watts, much better. Let's see if it maintains this. This is going to really boost our performance in the long run. 140 watts right now for looks like the long power limit's basically going to be 140. And obviously, if you were to undervolt the CPU, you could easily boost this performance level up to like probably 33, 34,000 most likely. At least 32,000 most likely with even just a moderate undervolt. 124 watts of power going to the CPU right now. That's really not too much. Temperatures on the CPU are excellent, 28,400. You know, the interesting thing I'm finding is how conservatively this has been tuned. I feel like this was a little bit more conservatively tuned than the Legion Pro 7i on a BIOS level. 82 degrees, 83 degrees on the core temps right now. Those are really good. 88 degrees, 89 degrees on the CPU. 29,500 for our primary score. If we so basically, I mean, our throttle score is going to be a little bit over 29,000, like 29.3 thousand, something like that. Because the CPU wattage is dropping to like a little bit lower, you know. So let's go ahead and just run this immediately again. 28.7 thousand, but we're not looking at the window. So we're gonna let it run now. We have reached long-term thermal throttling levels. We're gonna let it focus on the window. We're gonna let it go through a full run. And I think this is gonna be very indicative of your long-term performance right here. Whatever we get in this run should be very accurate. $28.5. So I'm guessing our wattage is dropping even lower. It says 145 watts. 133 watts. $28.2. We did have to mess with HW info window though. So keep in mind that since we have the process lasso taking priority here, our CPU package hitting 96 degrees Celsius. That means that I think it's trying to target 140 watts, but it's not able to actually maintain that because we're hitting thermal throttling. And whenever we hit the thermal throttle, it drops a 28,000 right there. Yeah, whenever we hit thermal throttling, it drops down to like 105 watts. And right now, 114 watts right now on the CPU, 145 now. And then it's probably going to hit the thermal throttling and then drop down. You know, so basically, you're looking at a system that's not quite capable of maintaining that higher CPU performance that we saw in the Legion Pro 7i and in a lot of the other competing laptops. Now, of course, like I said, you undervolt this system, you're going to get much better performance. So you got to keep that in mind. But I got to say, I'm a little bit disappointed that we're not able to maintain a rock solid 145 watts like we were with the Pro 7i. And I think that's probably because Lenovo put a water cooler loop in this. And that water cooler loop takes up space and takes away from, say, another heat pipe that could be going to one of the fans. So in some senses, maybe theoretically, the water cooling loop could be hurting our actual real world performance a little bit. Obviously, this is still an extremely high powered system. It's just a little bit disappointing seeing this level of CPU performance not equaling the best of the best, I guess, when it's such an expensive laptop. And it's not a super thin laptop. It's thinner. It's more Civet than the Pro 7i. There's that to consider, right? Like a thicker laptop, even a little bit thicker laptop, can have beefier, larger heat pipes, bigger heat fins, maybe better fans. All that matters. 28.4K. All right, so basically 28.4K, 28,393 is what you should expect for your long-term Cinebench R23 without an undervolt. Okay, excellent. So all of our synthetic tests are done. Let's move into Apex Legends. We got our gaming tests to do. Really excited to see how this laptop handles in games because this thing has, of course, DDR5, 6400 memory, and it is tuned to that right now. So, and it's faster timings. And so in theory, our 1% low performance hopefully is a little better. Our time spy performance was obviously superb. So I'm expecting actual game, real world game performance to be excellent. All right, so we got to reposition the cameras here. Just give me a moment. All right, so Apex Legends, native resolution 3200 by 2000, 16 by 10 aspect ratio. Turn off VSync. Interesting. All right, we'll do high settings first. Let's go into the gun range, shooting range. I got to change a couple of settings here too. Okay, so interesting. We're getting capped at 165. I have max FPS set to go unlimited. Unless that did not apply for some reason. We're not hitting our true FPS numbers right now, so I'm going to exit the game here. Oh, I think I did the command backwards. It's FPS underscore max 300, I think. Let's see if that fixes it. Okay, let's go back into custom mode again. Yeah, now we're doing 183, 190. So well, we're doing more than 165 now. So I think we'll be better now. I don't think reflex boost caps the frame rate, Niebuhr. I don't think. Yeah, see, now we're doing 190. So it was just, I just didn't have the right. I didn't have the right settings set. I mean, we can disable NVIDIA Reflex as well. It's interesting. It seems like we get a little higher FPS with reflex disabled. But, okay. So keep in mind that we're on high settings. So more FPS can still be had with this laptop. All right, I want to make sure that our display is at 165 hertz refresh rate. We're at 165 hertz. Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and just take a look at what we got going on up here. All right, so Right now we're doing 213 FPS, 194 for our 1% low. That is insanely tight. I don't expect it to be that tight normally, but wow. That one, like normally you might be doing like 220 FPS and your 1% low is like 120. Let's go ahead and try shooting and see what happens. See if our 1% lows stay as good as this. $193 for our 1% lows. Our 1% lows are better than our screen refresh rate right now. I'm kind of blown away at a 1% low performance. That's got to be our memory. I don't know. Let's see what we get when we go to low settings. All right, so we're going to go to low settings, which means just setting all of this stuff down. Now, the max frame rate you can possibly get in this game is going to be 300. So if I look down at the ground, there we are, 300. All right, so let's go and see what we get for our 1% lows, shooting and everything. So interesting, our 1% low is not much different going from low to high settings. I mean, it makes sense. We're basically, I mean, the 1% lows are very CPU sensitive, and if we're averaging higher than that, then it's not that big a deal. So the 1% low is still staying the same. 276 for our average FPS. We're still doing excellent frames per second, even at the 3.2K resolution, right? 3200 by 2000, like about 50, a little over 50% higher resolution than 2560 by 1600. And wow, the 1% lows are just phenomenal. All right, let's go into gun run. Okay. Mike says, Brandon, you may have answered this, but is there a website to buy faster memory than DDR5 5600? So, Mike, I made a video testing out DDR5 6400 rated memory called Kingston Fury Impact. RAM, I got it off of Newegg, but if you want to support me, you can use the link from my video that I did like a week and a half ago. The thing is, if you want to do actually go to 6400 on that RAM, you're going to need a laptop that lets you use XMP profiles or some kind of tuning of your laptop. So I'm not sure if the Legion 9i can do that officially or not. Obviously, with whatever RAM they included with the system, it is doing that. I'm not sure if HW Info, if I load it into system summary mode, would be able to tell us what RAM is actually being used here. Let's check. So it says King Tiger Technology, KTFG, is our RAM. You can see our timings here. Interesting, it's running them at 1.35 volts too. So it's up the voltage, up the RAM speed. But yeah, 40, 40, 40, 95. So you're getting tighter timings, and it's... oh, we're in the game now. All right, so I've just reset our 1% low performance. Let's see what we get in the actual game. We definitely had a little... I forgot what gun I'm using. We had a bit of a snafu with the 1% low there for a moment. Zoom in a little bit more. Reduce the exposure a little bit more. Okay. So our temps are doing good. 79 degrees, 66 degrees, at least so far. I think we've seen some CPU temperature spikes here and there, though. Okay. Oh my god, that Pathfinder went down and up 4 times. Mike, the key for being able to use the faster RAM is you got to be able to do an XMP profile, I believe, for it, basically. And not all of the games are going to be able to do it. Sorry, not all the gaming laptops will actually be able to do the XMP profile. And I'm not sure if the Legion 9i actually has an XMP profile set up for the Kingston Fury Impact RAM. I know that the Kingston Fury Impact RAM is supposed to be XMP certified, so I hope there's profiles set up for it. So, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and reset. You know, our 1% low performance is interestingly like much worse now that we're in real life. Only 51, 55 for a 1% lows. Still, things are like, where did he go? Things are feeling very smooth overall. Did that guy teleport back because I damaged him enough? I think that's what happened. It was a Revenant with a Revenant ult, maybe. Like, this feels very good, but I gotta say, I do prefer the 240 hertz display. Oh my gosh. So many enemies. Okay. Mike says, I'm very surprised at the 3200 by 2000 performance. Are you surprised in a good way, or? I guess I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Like, it is obviously very good performance here. Oh my gosh, 4 different people shot me. I guess I'm in a bad spot. Our team is currently tied for second. Come on, team. So first impression of me gaming on this, the wrist rest is warming up. It's not, I wouldn't call it hot, but I would say it's definitely noticeably warm. You know, in a sense that it's, it could be uncomfortable if you're in a hot environment all the time. I'm going to be stuck in the contract unless I can get a nice little V1 tap. Whew, we did 99 with that hit. Will this be your main laptop, Lebroni? That's a great question. I'm not sure yet. I don't think so, because I like the Blade 18 size. Okay, so we ended up getting not first, but that's okay. Overall, 282, 111, 112 for 1% lows. The 1% lows in actual gameplay was not as high. Very good frame rate though, especially considering the resolution that we're at. So let me see if I can go into HW info. I'm gonna try to give you the full RAM name by expanding the window here to the side. Oh, it doesn't show it. Oh, well. Okay. All right. So there's Apex Legends performance. The screen had no discernible ghosting, but I can definitely tell the difference between 165 hertz refresh rate and like 240 or 360. It's smoother at 240, you know, playing the game. So if you're an esports junkie, this is still going to play obviously really well, but it's a slight advantage going up to 240, and it's a little bit further advantage going up to like a 360 or 480 refresh rate display. 480 obviously not mattering in Apex, because Apex Legends will never go over 300 FPS no matter what. It's like frame capped at that in the game engine. So, and most games also very many esports games can go up to 360, 400, 500 FPS, like, you know, Valorant and stuff like that. But other ones like Warzone 2, Apex Legends, they're not going to go into the 500 FPS range, even with the very best hardware you can possibly buy. Okay, so we are in minimum presets, DLSS on quality. All right, and now we're going to go to a resolution, 3200 by 2000, 165 hertz refresh rate. All right, so we are loading our shaders right now. 14% done with our shaders, 28%. So this will just take a moment. Warzone 2, one of the games that's very CPU bound. I think at 3200 by 2000 resolution, we are still going to be CPU bound, I'm pretty sure. Did you check the response time? Lenovo, I don't have a tool to officially measure response time, but I can tell you, like, I'm an avid esports player that's been in the top high ranks before in a lot of different esports games. And I can almost always tell when a screen has ghosting or delays, and I'm not sensing a strong or terrible delay that can impact performance in a negative way. All right, so we're loaded up with our shaders. Let's go ahead and get into a match now. So I don't believe this is going to be a problem. And as far as I know, mini LEDs don't have a response rate problem. They're LED. LED is very fast response rate. It's LEDs, basically the technology behind them are actually very, it's basically just like a secondary panel behind the main panel that adds additional brightness and dimming to basically enhance the contrast and total brightness, peak brightness of the display. That's my understanding. So, and it can be very fast response rates. And most of the mini LED displays I've tested have had no ghosting, except the GT77 had a little bit. There's a little bit of an increased delay. But that was also a 4K display. So, what's up, Bob? Welcome to the live stream. Mike, you got the Legion 9i with the 1600p display? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I see you're talking to Well, that's certainly going to be a good option for some people out there, right? A little bit easier. You're not going to get as much peaky brightness. The contrast of the display is not going to be as contrasty, and then of course the color gamut's not as deep. That's the other big thing about the standard display that's on like the Pro 7i. But I love that they're offering that as an option. So.
Warm up while you can. We will deploy soon.
Okay, so 3,200 by 1,600 resolution.
Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the...
We already got a kill. Okay, so right now we're doing 117.82 for our FPS. Oh, he got knifed. What? Brutality.
Preparation is done. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Our CPU right now is only 37% utilization. Our GPU 71% utilization. 141 watts of power going to the GPU. Normally you would see higher wattage on the CPU, and I'm wondering if custom mode is preventing our CPU from going as high because of our cross-loading limit that we have in custom mode. I'm thinking in Lenovo Vantage we'll actually get more performance. Oh, it switched us. We're in performance mode now. We may have been in performance mode. It looked like we were in performance mode already. So I don't know. Let's. When we're doing this test, I'll try to do one test if I can with performance mode, which is what we're in right now, and one performance test in custom mode, so we can see if there's any differences. All right, so here we go. 3,200 by 2,000 resolution, 55 watts to the CPU. We're in performance mode. Temps are looking great. 125 FPS, 88 for a 1% low. Things are doing great overall. I mean, very playable, but I believe we're CPU bound here. And I was hoping we would get a little more performance. Let's go to custom mode. All right. We're in custom mode now. Look at that. Our CPU wattage in custom mode is taking off. Our FPS also went up, I think, a little bit at least. All right, we're going to run across the bridge again. So custom mode really letting the CPU fly much higher. And our FPS went up by 10 in custom mode. $135.98 for our custom mode FPS. We got ourselves a gun. Let's go ahead and run towards the city now. I'm going to try to run in the general path that I usually run in. The game feels great. Definitely very playable, even at the full resolution right now. Definitely not the highest FPS you'll ever see in Warzone 2. I'm curious if I were to go ahead and drop our resolution down, are we going to see performance improvement or not? Not really. Our performance is basically identical, going down in resolution. It's just we're only doing 131 FPS, 131 FPS right now, which I was expecting more. I don't know why our FPS is not closer to 155-ish or 150. Because that was my expected FPS in this game. Minimum DLSS on quality. I mean, I think our settings are correct. We got an enemy over here. Do they see us? I don't think they saw us. Let's go try to kill him. Dead. Was this just a bot? I feel like that was just a bot because he just like ran at me, didn't even shoot once. All he had was a shotgun for some reason, or I guess this is a sniper. Ah, this is a sniper. So 130 FPS, 91.1% lows, obviously extremely playable, but definitely not the highest FPS we've ever seen in Warzone 2. Seems like the average i9 in this game, in this area, does closer to 150 FPS on average. And the XMG Neo 17, that thing did like 170, a little over 170. That was with the RAM overclocking and water cooler going and all of that. So here in the Gulag now, 150. This is good, really good FPS here in the Gulag. The Gulag usually gets a little better FPS though. Okay, well, we lost. That's fine. So 158, 105 for our FPS in the Gulag. Yeah. Custom mode, definitely the way you want to play Warzone 2. No question about it. Let's move on to our next game, Counter-Strike 2. Looks like there's an update. Little 74 megabyte update. So Counter-Strike 2, I did play through the tutorial, so hopefully we can go into a regular match without bots. Though I suppose it doesn't matter that much. Your PC Prime says, hey, I think switching to high preset since you're always CPU bound is just with better visuals. That's true. I think that you probably could go to high settings and have no problem. In Warzone, the thing is, I test it the same way every time, and I've always tested it on low settings just to try to maximize the FPS as much as possible. So, but at the higher resolutions, you might actually become GPU bound. So it's just going to depend. This high of a resolution, 3200 by 2000, might not be GPU bound. I don't know. Let's go ahead and show you the video settings. So right now we're in full screen windowed with the default high settings. All right, that's what we're in. And whoa. Oh, is this a oh. This is a, I believe, a free-for-all. So that was a nice headshot. 280 FPS right now. You know, if your goal... Oh, another headshot. That was nice. Oh, crap. I just died. If your goal is to play CSGO, this is obviously going to play it really well. Oh my gosh, I hate pump shotgunning. Why is it giving me all these crap weapons? Can't I get like a AUG or an M4 or something? Ah, this guy's about to spawn? Ooh, we're in second place in this free-for-all right now. We're in first place. We're murdering. We did the murder. GizmoSlipTech, 13 kills. The next highest is like 10. I hate FAMAS. Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna exit while we're still ahead. We're gonna say we won that match. But you can see our FPS 200, 300 in that range. Obviously, incredibly excellent. You will not have any problems playing Counter-Strike 2 on this laptop. As far as I know, there's currently no benchmarks for Counter-Strike 2. I will try to investigate that for future tests. But no, that you're getting insanely good FPS in Counter-Strike 2 with no issues. Your PC Prime, you can see, you could have seen the FPS in the top left. It was showing it up here. NetGraph does not exist anymore, or at least it's different now in Counter-Strike 2. The net_graph 3 or whatever, they got rid of the command. I think it's like CQ_netgraph now or something. So I should have pointed out the FPS. Sorry about that if you're confused. But yeah, it was there. I just checked. So no worries. Definitely didn't mess up. You can rewind or whatever if you need to see it. Okay, so God of War, this one's gonna be more demanding. 3200 by 2000 with DLSS on quality. Graphics on ultra settings. Let's see what our playable frame rate is. Wow. Over 100 FPS right now. I don't know if we'll actually average that in our test. Probably 90 something. Okay, so our 1% low, we got a few jitters here on our timeline. But overall, extremely smooth. 97 FPS on average. 63 for our 1% low so far.
What did you find?
Tracks. Not deer, though. I'll keep looking.
I mean, look at that. 99.71. Excellent 1% lows. Like, absolutely phenomenal. 99 for our average is also very, very good. You know, if we were to run the test at 2560 by 1600, we'd actually have to change our native resolution on our laptop in order to do that. But if we were to do that, it'd probably be similar to running on balanced. Yeah, it's not even that different of FPS going down to balanced, which is interesting. Anyway, okay, so God of War, basically like 100 FPS is what you can expect in God of War, or close to it. Dead Space is next. Does Surface feel hot? So let's talk about surfaces on the laptop so far in the gaming period. This is the area where your wrist rests, and I would say it's warm, not hot, warm. It's not cool, There's definitely some components underneath here that are heating up, but it's certainly nothing like blistering hot or uncomfortable. In this air-conditioned environment, it's totally fine. But if you like wanted to play this outdoors or something, I think your wrist would get pretty warm playing if your hand's on the keyboard itself. You know, it depends on your environment, but inside of an air-conditioned environment, it's totally comfortable and not at all a problem. But it's not like a cold wrist rest. Like the Legion Pro 7i, I would describe more like completely cool, or the Blade 18, if you run it correctly. It's usually very cool in general. And this is a little bit warmer than that. Okay, so let's check our settings. We are in DLSS on quality, ultra preset. 3200 by 2000 is our resolution, 165 hertz refresh rate. So there it is, 90 FPS, but oddly enough, our 1% low is only 24. That's fairly low. I'd say lower than average, which is odd, right? All right, so taking a look at our temps and wattages, we appear to be CPU bound, at least in some way. Because, I mean, look at our GPU utilization, even at the super high resolution, is only 90%. 55 watts, 135. Yeah, it's like we're CPU bound still. Very interesting. Let's see what our profile is. Right now we're in it dropped us out of custom mode again. Weren't we in custom mode? Pretty sure we were in custom mode. And it moved us out of it. Now, let's see what we're doing in here now that we're in custom mode. CPU pulling way higher wattage. 102 FPS. 1% lows are only like 22. What? So very CPU bound. Our CPU temps are getting super spicy with this mode. I don't think in general I would recommend doing custom mode for this game. Just keep it on performance probably. So that way your temps stay in check. Like, performance mode should drop performance mode takes our wattage back down to 50, 55. And our temps on the CPU are much better. I mean, otherwise your whole laptop's going to get much warmer if you don't do that. So, okay. So, here we are. This is the benchmark section. I've reset the test. Average FPS. 99 FPS on average right now. 26 for our 1% low. 1% lows are not doing great, and you would hope with DDR5 6400 they would be doing better than this. You know, like that is really what you're hoping for. You know, the frame time graph is always going to look like this in Dead Space for some reason, but I feel like a better value for a 1% low in this game is more like 35 to 45, which we have seen on a number of different laptops. 26 is just not excellent for some reason. You know, interesting. So for a little while there, our CPU wattage was pulling over 100. It's so interesting. You know, it's interesting in Dead Space. It still feels so smooth, even though the 1% low is at 25. The gameplay still feels very responsive and smooth. So it's almost like I wonder if the frame time graph and the average here is bugged, because it feels the actual smoothness of the game it's not stuttery at all. So yeah, 103.25 is our number for this test. And I gotta say, that is for the resolution that we're at. 3,200 by 2,000. Those are good numbers for the average. The 1% low, that could be better. Okay, so average for 32, yeah, for the resolution, that's a really good average. For the 1% low, that's not that great. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and move on to our next game. We got Cyberpunk 2077. We'll try it in custom mode to start out with. Your PC Prime, yeah, I don't think that the water cooling in this is going to be any more effective than just traditional heat pipe cooling. That's my personal opinion. LSP is all about trying different ray tracing settings in Cyberpunk 2077. Okay. For some reason, it didn't load the window. There we go. Enzo, 2 questions here. Says, hey Gizmo, when you lower resolution to 1600p, is there a noticeable blur or difference in versus native 1600 display? I mean, it is going to be a little different, Enzo, but it's not going to be like awful at 2560 by 1600. Like it's kind of hard to tell, but not like if you're looking close, you can tell it's not perfectly sharp, I think. But like even on a 4K display, when I dropped it down to 2560, like from 4K to QHD on the GT77, you could tell, right? If I drop this to 2560 by 1600, like things just look a little bit fuzzier now. Here they look crisp, like, and here they still look relatively crisp. If I'm sitting a little bit back, I probably couldn't tell. So it just depends. But in general, I would say most people are going to be able to tell if you have really good eyesight. DLSS ray reconstruction. Ray reconstruction enhances image quality by generating high quality pixels between sampled rays. Okay, well we can try, we'll do a standard test first and then we can try ray reconstruction after a test. Looks like Vaseline when scaling down on non-native displays. I mean, I think that used to be really true when you were like trying to go like from a 1080p display. You go from 1080p down to like 720p or something. It's a huge like, like it looks awful. But when you're going to a really, really high resolution display on a 16-inch chassis, like 3200 by 2000, like, and you go down to 2560 by 1600, it's harder to notice because 2560 by 1600 is still very high resolution. So, all right, so just evaluating our performance so far, 55 watts on the CPU, 173, 170, 166, 163 watts to the GPU. Our boost clock on the GPU, very good. We're very GPU bound in general. 80 FPS on average, 68 for our 1% lows. We're doing great. Our 1% lows are phenomenal. There's just little frame time stutters there, but in general, 1% lows are looking very consistent with 81 FPS, 66 for 1% low. Now, keep in mind, this is frame gen. Frame gen really, really want to target above 90 total FPS, typically. All right. So you probably would want to turn something down a little bit, in my opinion, if you're going to use frame gen. Probably just drop DLSS down to balanced or something, or your native resolution down to 2560 by 1600, or turn ray tracing down a little bit. All right, so we're going to try turning on ray reconstruction. DLSS ray reconstruction. What does that look like? How does that affect our FPS? Let's find out. How is your 2021 Legion 7i? Is it still working fine now? It was working fine up until I switched to the Blade 18. And I am currently selling the Legion 7i. So if you're interested in buying it, it's in near perfect condition. I believe, drop the power adapter on the bottom of the chassis, which caused a little indent on the bottom of the chassis in the aluminum. But other than that, it's basically perfect condition as far as I know. So, okay. So, I did not reset our average there. Ray reconstruction, surprisingly not taxing our GPU that much. We're still getting close to 80 FPS with really consistent 1% lows. Oop, I bumped the display there. Wow. So our average FPS went from 81 to 76.7 adding ray reconstruction. So really only took like 5 FPS off, or maybe not even that, like 4 FPS off to add that. So yeah, you could totally play with ray reconstruction enabled. Obviously with frame gen though, you probably want to just drop this down to balance or something, you know? So dropping down to balance, now we're doing 88, 87 FPS. So balance is obviously going to, it's really going to make it run a little bit better. You might have to go even a little bit lower than balance if you want to get target above 90 FPS. Because it looks like we're going to be a little bit below 90 here. It's pretty dang close to 90, but, and that's with ray reconstruction on, I think. We still have that on. But DLSS on balance, ray reconstruction enabled. So we had, what was it? 76 FPS in the last run. Let's see what we get. Dropping DLSS from quality to balanced. 89 FPS. There you go. So 89.8 FPS. If you want to run ray reconstruction and hit 90 FPS with frame gen, then there you go. Those are the settings. All right, so next game, Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, so this is another game very CPU sensitive and CPU bound in certain areas, and potentially memory sensitive as well. So I'm hoping we're going to get really, really good performance in Hogwarts with the DDR5 6400 memory. What do I think about DLSS performance on QHD laptops? I think it's really, really good. And unless you're really picky, I run DLSS on quality typically on all my games. Sometimes when I really want to go high refresh rate, I'll go down to balanced. I usually will not go below balanced. But like if you're playing a first-person shooter like Cyberpunk, going down to balance to boost your FPS can make a lot of sense, I think, on a QHD laptop, because you're not going to really notice the artifacting much, and it'll be noticeably smoother. So Okay, so checking out our settings, 3200 by 2000. DLSS on quality. Frame generation is enabled. Frame cap is unlimited. Ultra settings, ray tracing enabled. Textures on low. Let's see how we do. Books on Stereo says, "Is this does better on Hogwarts Legacy? I may upgrade." You really want to play Hogwarts Legacy, huh? All right, well, let's see how we do. So normally 1% lows in this game, especially on the first run through, are like 30, like 25, 30 or something. So right now we're at 35 for our 1% lows, 87 for our average FPS. Even at this really high resolution, I feel like that's pretty, it's pretty good. All right, so 85 FPS. Our 1% lows, I wish they were a little bit higher, but this is always the first run, always is the worst because you're always loading in all the NPCs and the textures. Okay, so here we are. We're going to go do our official run. 88 FPS. 43 for our 1% load. That's good. Okay, 8340. Very little stutters in my running around here. You know, there's occasional little glitches there, but in general, I would say this is certainly a smoother experience than most gaming laptops, at least from a 1% low perspective. Because like I said, the average 1% low in this game is probably like 32 or something like that, 35 maybe. So 40 is very good. Not the best though. We have seen as high as like 50 to 60 on certain ones. So let's see what's our right now we're on custom mode. If we go to performance mode, how does that affect things? Does that change our performance at all? So performance mode's mainly going to just be dropping our CPU wattage, most likely. Maybe our GPU wattage too. All right, so just running around right now in performance mode. It does seem like maybe our 1% low. I guess it seems about the same, not too much different. I did reset it there a second ago, so running up here. Things seem very similar. Maybe just slightly worse because we have a little bit lower CPU wattage for our 1% lows. So 80 FPS, 39 for our 1% lows. Very playable. We're going to be doing QHD 2560 by 1600 resolution benchmarks when we test this against the Legion Pro 7i. So, so be prepared for that. All right, let's go back to custom mode. Next up on our test, Last of Us Part 1. Oh, I did not download that. Forgot to download that guy. So we cannot test Last of Us Part 1. We're moving on to Starfield. OLED 120 hertz or this screen. If you plan on keeping the laptop for 5+ years, I would probably go with MiniLED because of screen burn-in on OLED. But if you're planning on only keeping it for a couple years, then probably OLED because you're probably not going to deal with screen burn-in until like year 3 or 4. Okay, so we're going to be on ultra settings with dynamic resolution off. Brandon, do you like Starfield? You got to check out my review of Starfield, Mike. I did a whole detailed, like 3-hour review of Starfield. I am on my 4th new game plus with the the game. I'm level 79. And so yeah, I really love the game. It's a lot of fun. It's not perfect. All right, the game is not perfect by any means, but Starfield, it's in my opinion, Starfield's all about on the foot sci-fi experience. Like in the same way that Skyrim's all about running around and fighting dungeons and going into experiencing different stories and side quests and stuff like that. That's what Starfield is. You go city to city doing side quests and missions and faction quests. And then, of course, you have your main storyline quest. And you have a whole troop of characters that you can play around with. And, all right, so I just started the benchmark. We're at 71 FPS on average. And yeah, so I think the characters are really good. If you like sci-fi, like, and you're kind of nerdy like that, then Starfield's just phenomenal. If you don't have the patience for like kind of like hard sci-fi, then it's probably a little bit boring for a lot of people. Because it's not as like general sci-fi-ish friendly for like more casual people. All right, so 61 FPS, 29 for our average FPS at 3200. I mean, this should be the full resolution. It's interesting. It's saying this resolution is claiming 1280 by 720p, 16 by 9. There's no way that's the resolution that it was at, right? Yeah, borderless full screen should be like just like the standard. Yeah, it's the full resolution. I don't know why I was saying that for the resolution there. But we are not at whatever this resolution is. It's like grayed out for a reason. We're at borderless full screen means that we're at whatever the native resolution of the display is. Because if I were to turn this off and go back, that's the resolution that it's talking about, and we're not at that resolution at all. So I don't know. Starfield's a little funky with the settings sometimes. So yeah, and if I were to review Starfield, is that if you love sci-fi, you love learning about science, learning about physics, like this thing has a lot of like the main storyline has a lot of physics types things in it. You like building stuff, make your own starships, customize them. There's a lot of progression for your skills and abilities, a lot of different fighting and fun things you can do with combat. I think it's a good 100, 200, 300 hours type of experience for someone who's into that kind of stuff. If you're a more casual sci-fi nerd person, then you might just find it too boring, too highbrow, the character's too flat, too uninteresting. So that's kind of like basically my take on Starfield. Now, regarding performance, that was the vanilla version of Starfield with no frame generation mod added. If you go to nexusmods.com and download the DLSS frame gen mod and add that to the game, it will basically double your FPS almost. Not quite, depending on the resolution. Anywhere from doubling to like giving you 70% extra FPS. So we got 61 FPS there in that test. We'd probably be getting like closer to 90 FPS, 80, 90 FPS probably with the frame gen mod added. So I think I cannot wait for them to add frame gen mod to Starfield, because that will boost so many people's FPS that have RTX 4000 series GPUs. And then eventually I'm hoping FSR 3 will boost everyone's FPS in that game. Even non-4000 series. So that's going to be like, it's going to be awesome. All right, so 3200 by 2000 resolution, 16 by 10 aspect ratio, full screen, DLSS set to quality. All right. And then we want ultra settings Oh, we gotta set DLSS to quality with ultra settings. Okay, there we go. All right, and we're gonna go to. Is it this save? I think it's this save. DLSS frame gen mod is so screwed. There's a free one. I think the one that you're talking about was the not free version that someone was trying to charge money for. And yeah, that one has a lot of controversy around it. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and let the computer here run through some turns. 169 FPS, 32 for our 1% low. We're getting little blips here for our 1% lows. They seem to be getting a little bit better though. I don't know, the gameplay seems so fluid, but 35 FPS though is still not great. Can we shove this kid? Can I shove this one? Haha. Okay, he's dead. Yeah, so our 1% low only at 35, but you can see the frame time graph is generally extremely tight. 181 FPS on average right now at the full resolution, 3200. I just wish the 1% lows were a bit better. Other than that, absolutely superb, excellent gameplay. We are not GPU bound, but we're pretty close at 98%, sometimes dropping lower depending on what you're looking at. 164 watts of power, 2280 for our boost clock there on the GPU, 61 watts of power to the CPU. Oh, he just pushed me off the cliff. Or pushed Shadowheart off the cliff, more likely. Or I guess more accurately. Let's see if he... You failed! Oh, Asterion, you let me down. Okay. All right, so there you go. 185 FPS in Baldur's Gate 3. Super playable. 1% low, I feel like could have been better, though. Even at the max resolution, though, it's just... That's going to be a good gaming experience with no issues. I don't know why Dead Space... It says Dead Space was open in the background. It's obviously not open. There's nothing open down here. Okay. Baldur's Gate 3 is done. On to The Witcher 3. Last game, and then we're going to summarize everything about the laptop. Does anyone even play a full game with DLSS on or frame gen? Sonic 21? Absolutely. I've been playing with frame gen in almost all the games. What are you talking about? I think most people are going to play with frame gen, especially on a laptop. And because, I mean, like without frame gen, maybe you're getting 70 FPS. Then you add frame gen, you go to 110. And it's just such a noticeable difference in FPS. The only times I'm definitely not going to use frame gen is games like competitive games like Warzone, Apex Legends. No matter what, I'm never going to use frame gen because I don't want input latency increases. But Witcher 3, I played with frame gen. Hogwarts, I played with frame gen. So, and I think most people will play with frame gen. I know some people still prefer native, and I get the draw of native because of the perfect input latency and no artifacting. But I think the artifacting is so minimal that it's hard to be like make a big deal out of it. I think it's so good already with frame gen. As long as you have high FPS. If you're trying to go from like 40 FPS to 60 FPS, the input latency is going to be terrible. You got to have high FPS already, and then it just makes it so much better. I would say to target at least 90 FPS minimum if you're going to turn frame gen on. Like right now, we're on the verge of not using frame gen. Like we're right at 90, right? So, because that's when the input latency becomes really noticeable when it's like only like 60 FPS. 70, 80 FPS, a little bit noticeable. 90 FPS, it's starting to become less noticeable, you know? So that's basically the way I think of frame gen is you got to have at least good FPS already, and then it just makes the experience extra smooth. So, okay. Here we are. Full resolution, 3200 by 2000, ray tracing enabled, frame generation turned on. Right now we're doing 86 FPS, 47 for our 1% lows. Game feeling very smooth. 93 on average, 47 for our 1% lows. Gonna be very playable, but if it was me, I would again turn off ray tracing in this game. Beautiful. So 90, 94, 71. Our 1% lows got better and better towards the end there. Let's go, because you know, probably less NPCs, so it probably helps with that. If we turn off ray tracing, then this is the performance you can expect with 3200 by 2000 with this laptop. 163 115. So basically maxing out the refresh rate of the display when you turn off ray tracing with frame gen. So it's very, very good. I can't tolerate artifacts. My eyes are too good. Check out my frame gen analysis video where I did slow motion analysis of frame gen footage. It's so hard to see the artifacting if it's already high refresh rate gaming. But okay, so Witcher 3 with no frame gen, full resolution, 3200 by 2000. We're actually hitting the max refresh rate of the laptop display already. Okay. It's time to do the summary of everything. All right, so here we are. What's up, and welcome to the final review summary of the Legion 9i. I obviously did a full live stream covering all of these topics in detail. So if you want to see the full footage, please be sure to check out the full live stream. There'll be timestamps and everything in that full live stream if you want to jump around. But this is going to be the full summary review of the Legion 9i, which is basically going to be a summary of everything that I found out about it in like 10, 15 minutes. So top deals value comparison. This laptop definitely does not provide the best value out of all the laptops out there. And performance-wise, I was a little bit disappointed in certain ways as well. And we're going to get to all of those as we go through this. Unboxing the laptop is fairly simple. We got a small box, and then we also have a secondary box with the power adapters. And you do have two power adapters. You have a smaller USB-C power adapter, and then a bigger full 330 watt fat power adapter. And we did test performance on the USB-C power adapter, and we still got like 15,000 in time spy with the USB-C power adapter, which was very impressive to me. So it is possible to game on USB-C, not nearly as well as the full power adapter. And I love that you get both of them, but also I'm thinking like, well, some users aren't going to want that, and you're just adding additional cost to all users when some people just aren't going to want the small charger. So I would have actually preferred Lenovo to not include it, but give people an option to add it on when they order the laptop. That would be much better in my opinion. Quality control on this machine was excellent. No issues, no dead pixels, no loose keycaps, no issues that I found at least at all. The ports on this machine are good. 2 Thunderbolt 4s located on the rear of the device, HDMI 2.1, Ethernet port facing upwards. I like that. Nice RGB implementation along the rear of the laptop as well. Power plug right here. Interesting port placement for the USB-A right here. USB-C right here with the webcam shutter button. Only 2 USB-As on this laptop. That's a little bit low in my opinion. I would have rather had 3 for sure because I always have 3 plugged into my Blade 18. Headphone port right here. Headset adapter port really has microphone and headphones right there. And then a full-size SD card slot is really great to see. I love that. So the port selection on this overall is very good. It's just a little bit odd in having some of those ports in the corners of the laptop. We did check out the BIOS. It has a lot of features in there, but the key things in there are enabling CPU undervolting, and especially if you order this with the DDR5 6400 memory, then you're really going to want to upgrade your BIOS settings to take advantage of the XMP profiles in the BIOS settings. Now, just a quick summary of all of the internals on this laptop. You can see we have the Legion 9i with the i9-13980HX, RTX 4090, 32 gigs of DDR5 5600, or in my case, I actually ordered it with DDR5 6400. 1 terabyte SSD with an open M.2 slot available for upgrade, 3.2K mini LED 165 Hertz, rated at 1200 nits with 100% Adobe RGB. We actually tested the display only at 610 nits brightness, extremely high, like 61,000 to 1 contrast for color though, or for contrast ratio. And our P3 color gamut did reach 100%, but our Adobe RGB actually only reached like, what was it, like 95, 96% or something like that. So not quite what they rated for the Adobe RGB. And this 1200 nits brightness has got to be peak brightness and not all around screen brightness, because we definitely only saw 610 nits. So certainly something to keep in mind, that that Lenovo is basically kind of cherry picking a little bit in terms of what stats they're showing there, and not to expect 1200 nits for an all around screen brightness level, because it's not that. Webcam quality was just average. I think they, like, especially for a really premium laptop like this, they need an upgraded webcam. More detail, better color representation would be amazing. Right, keyboard. Smaller wrist rest, though it works just fine for my hands. I also noticed that the wrist rest got fairly warm when gaming, which was a little bit, I guess, disappointing, because the Legion Pro 7i basically has bigger wrist rest and the wrist rest stays cooler. It feels like because of this laptop being thinner overall, more portable, it makes the wrist rest end up heating up a little bit more. And because it's thinner, we also saw basically lower sustained CPU performance out of the i9-13980HX. We only got about 28.4K in Cinebench R23 out of the box. Of course, you can undervolt this and push that score well above 30,000, but it's just not going to be matching the very best spec laptops out there, while at the same time costing what those laptops cost. So it's a trade-off. Basically, you're giving up some CPU performance when you're going for this laptop. Yeah, so Time Spy, shockingly good. Over 23,000 out of the box with no additional overclocking, just using the overclocking that the system came with, was phenomenal. I was not expecting it to hit over 23,000 out of the box. So from a GPU performance perspective, it's excellent for any random user to get in there and just start playing games with no additional tweaking required. I didn't even turn on the overclocking. It was already turned on out of the box. Let's see here. The laptop control software, the Lenovo Vantage, has a lot of features. You've got battery conservation in there. You've got webcam settings. You've got RGB implementation for your. You got RGB implementation for controlling what the lights look like, but we ran into a bug where we couldn't turn off the outside lights and the keyboard lights were working. It was a little bit weird. Overall, the Lenovo Vantage is excellent. It provides a lot of functionality. You have good fan profile control. And the fan noise in this was an interesting mixed bag where the max fans reached up to like 58, 59 decibels and you go down to balanced mode and it's like really quiet. Like I think it was only like 47 decibels. So the performance mode, 53 decibels. So you got a lot of variety. Full speed max fans, very loud. Balanced performance mode, 53 decibels, that's moderate. And then it's balanced mode, though, really tanked your wattage on your GPU down to only like 105 watts. So realistically, if you're wanting full performance, you got to do at least performance mode, and then you're going to be getting at least 155 to 165 watts out of that GPU a lot of the time. So I highly would recommend the performance mode if you're looking to get the most out of the laptop. Now, if you're looking for a quiet system, this system can provide that in the quiet mode or the balanced mode, but realistically, the performance in those modes are not going to be nearly as good. So I feel like my Blade 18, for example, provides a better acoustic balance of performance versus the noise generation. Because basically you're getting full performance out of the Blade 18 at only 51 decibels. So that was like, it's a better balance, I think, versus this one. When you go to the quieter fan modes, you're really cutting down your performance. So if you want the full performance out of this machine, know that you're going to want to have headphones. Speakers on this were very impressive. Lots of bass, very clear mids and highs. I think the overall volume could be better. And I think the mids and highs could be a little bit clearer. And that's primarily where I think the Blade 18 is still a bit better in terms of speakers. But you could certainly game on this, put this thing in balanced performance mode, or maybe performance mode. And that's going to give you enough performance without being too fan noise heavy to where you're going to be able to enjoy your games and still play games. But it's to me, it's still not the ideal or as good of acoustic balance level of performance, just because I feel like these fans are fairly loud if you're going to try to go to full levels of performance, or at least 80% of performance and still have better fan noise. It's just not as good. Now, of course, you can go into custom mode. You could set your own custom fan profiles and probably find a little better balance in terms of acoustics, gameplay quality, and performance, along with mixing the sound quality. But the speakers on this overall, I would say, are very, very good, far above average. And I feel like you're getting your money's worth out of the speakers. So just know that they're not quite the best available across the whole market, though. They're very good, though. Now, performance in games. Let's talk about performance in games, especially with this ultra high resolution of 3200 by 2000. And that's a little bit more than 50% more pixels than QHD+. So 2560 by 1600, even though the vertical pixels only go up 400, it's still over 50% increased rendering requirements to actually push out the pixels. Now, in games with DLSS functionality, you can just drop another level down from quality down to balanced, and you're basically going to be getting, maybe similar levels of performance that you would get on QHD+ when you're at a higher DLSS level. So with games that support upscaling, and you're using that upscaling, you can get around that resolution, the high resolution, to get excellent frame rates in basically everything. And in fact, we did get very good frame rates in every single game, including, Starfield, we got 61 FPS at ultra settings preset at 3200 by 2000. So if you were to drop this thing down further down with upscaling, or use DLSS, or use frame generation mods in Starfield, for example, in those games, utilize all of the tools at your disposal, even the 3200 by 2000 resolution appears to provide playable frame rates with this laptop. And pretty much all the esports titles are going to be pushing well over 100 FPS with this current hardware, at least with the specs that I have here. And many of them will be pushing like into the 200, 300, 400 FPS range. Like in Counter-Strike 2, we were doing 250 to 400 FPS with Counter-Strike 2. In Warzone 2, we did about 132 FPS. In God of War, we did 100 FPS with the native resolution. Of course, DLSS on quality with all the games that have that and support that. Cyberpunk 2077, we did 80 FPS. Hogwarts, we were doing a little over 84 FPS. Dead Space, 103 FPS. Though our 1% lows, I gotta say our 1% lows were a little bit disappointing in certain titles, especially games like Dead Space. Hogwarts, the 1% lows were good, but they weren't like exceptionally good. I was really hoping with the Legion 9i that our 1% lows would be like really, really amazing because of the 6400 RAM speed, but we weren't seeing as high of 1% lows, for example, that we saw in the XMG Neo 17 with DDR4 6400 RAM, because we saw really good 1% lows, generally speaking, with that laptop and with that RAM upgrade in general. Baldur's Gate 3, excellent FPS, 184 FPS. Witcher 3, we were doing like around 90, a little over 90 FPS. So in general, and that was all, like I said, either DLSS on quality, and if FrameGen is available, we're enabling FrameGen, but ultra settings besides that and the full resolution on this display. I will be doing side-by-side testing with a Legion Pro 7i, and we're going to do that at the same resolution. We're going to drop the resolution on this guy down to 2560 by 1600. So we're matching the resolution on both laptops, and we're going to do some side-by-side testing, and I'm going to also have VRAM temperature testing. So this thing has an integrated water loop, but the problem is the integrated water loop really doesn't have a way for the heat to escape that water loop. And so my thoughts on the whole integrated water cooling is that, yes, it's basically a gimmick. And I would have rather them probably put in additional just heat pipe cooling. Most likely that would have helped boost our CPU bound gaming performance to be a little bit better if they had just done another shared heat pipe with the space that the water cooler took up. So if they had actually integrated the water cooling capability, because the back of the water cooler comes to right here, and it seems like the original design for this laptop actually would have had external ports on it that would have had like an external water cooler like the XMG Neo series, but it doesn't. So because there's no external water cooling radiator, it's basically a nothing burger. And I think it artificially inflates the cost of the laptop. The primary reasons to consider this laptop are the DDR5 6400 memory. But again, we didn't really see too much performance difference in most of the games that we saw. We saw excellent performance all around. Was it exceptional? Not really. It was very good though. Our performance was very good. Time spy scores were very good. The performance of the laptop in general, excellent. The display. I love the display, but at the same time, I wish it was 240 hertz refresh rate. That's the esport gamer in me is like, I really love 240 hertz refresh rate. And the fact that when we did our display test, we only got 610 nits brightness makes me at least a little bit less excited about like, oh, this is the best of the best of the best. This is obviously extremely good. And when you have minimal pure whites on your display, you're going to get that peaky 1200 nits brightness, and it looks like blindingly bright. It's excellent, and it's very colorful. It's very bright. It's very contrasty. It's an excellent gaming display. You're going to be super happy with the display, and the additional resolution I think makes this laptop an excellent choice for someone who is going to do like professional work. They want a high color gamut. They want high brightness. They're going to be working in lots of different environments, and that additional color gamut is just going to really boost the available capabilities for like seeing the content at like the same way it's going to be visible on those high color gamut Samsung TVs. Like this is what that looks like. And it's going to be excellent for watching movies. It's going to be excellent for playing games. It's just not a pure esports gamer, which is a little disappointing. And it's obviously going to make it a little bit harder to run the native resolution. But like I said, most games support upscaling. So in the case where you can't run it at the full native 3200 by 2000, you just use upscaling and use like frame generation, and eventually you'll use as well FSR3 in some of the games that don't support frame gen or whatever. There's just going to be options to be able to take advantage of the resolution. But in general, I think in general, I probably would prefer the QHD Plus on like the Scar 16, the Zephyrus M16, because it has that lower resolution that makes it easier to run games, and it's a higher refresh rate. If you're a pure gamer, if you're an esports gamer, then going with one of those displays I think just makes more sense. But if you're a professional at all, you can value those additional pixels that you get, or you're a casual gamer that you just want the most detail in your games and you're not focused around the refresh rate as much, then I think this one is very competitive and excellent, absolutely excellent. The main downside, of course, with mini LED displays is there is some blooming around bright objects on dark backgrounds. So certain situations, like in Starfield, for example, maybe you'll see some blooming, or depending on the type of footage you're editing, you might see some artifacts because of the blooming. Just know to expect it and not be caught by surprise from it. Can I recommend the Legion 9i? This is where it's controversial. This thing is very, very high premium price for what you're getting. And if you're paying for all those bells and whistles, I was really hoping to have the king of performance on our hands. And I feel like Lenovo kind of messed things up a little bit in terms of being the ultimate performance king. Like, they could have had the crown if they had an external water cooler, or maybe they could have had the crown if they just skipped the whole integrated water cooling and they just did heat pipes in this thing, or a vapor chamber. I think they would have had a little bit better performance, honestly. So in that sense, I feel like they messed up. Ergonomically as well, they had to mess with the ergonomics to have this big old air intake for this water cooling thing. I just feel like it's not worth it from a design perspective. Now, in terms of value for the laptop, this is the only laptop that I know of where you can order it straight with the DDR5 6400 RAM. So in that sense, it's awesome. The display in some ways is the best display that you can get, but also in other ways, like, I think it's a better balanced display than the Razer Blade 16 4K mini LED display, because it's a lower resolution, more realistic resolution to actually play games at. But at the same time, it is higher than QHD Plus, and QHD Plus is still, I think, a very good resolution, even for an 18-inch laptop. So in some ways, I wish they had just gone with the whole QHD Plus 2560 by 1600 and made it a mini LED instead. But it is what it is, and some people are going to like this display more, and those people are mainly the people that value the extra pixels. Me personally, I'd probably prefer to still go for the QHD Plus display resolution on a 16-inch chassis in particular, just because it's easier to run games. And it probably will cost a little less as well in terms of premium cost. So I absolutely love the keyboard on this. I wish the touchpad was a little bit bigger. Again, the whole design motif of moving the keyboard down, reduce the size of the touchpad. The touchpad is great. It feels really good, but it is smaller. So that's the main downside there. The RGB implementation is very bright and vibrant. And this does have Windows Hello, but it's only a touchpad, a Touch ID here, no Windows camera for Windows Hello. So that's the main thing to keep in mind there. So again, can I recommend this? I feel like yes, I can recommend this, but it's not like it's my number one pick. In some ways, it is the most premium laptop because it does have the DDR5 6400 with arguably, for some people, the best display. But for me, I like my Blade 18's bigger display. Like, I like the 18-inch display. I like that it's the Blade 18's display is not a mini LED, but it's nearly as bright as this display, at least in terms of the way I measure it. And and I don't have to worry about bloom on the display with the Blade 18. So there's like I said, there's trade-offs. So is this the #1 gaming laptop of the year? Like, I could see why some people would pick it as their #1 if you value that higher resolution display in particular. I don't think this is the #1 laptop, probably because of ergonomics and because of, I guess, the thermals, the CPU level of performance in the CPU is not as high as I was hoping it would be. Like, I was expecting 145 consistent wattage to the CPU, just like we had on the Legion Pro 7i, and we didn't have that. We had better cooling in the Pro 7i. So in that sense, I feel like the Pro 7i has an advantage over this one, especially since the ergonomics on the Pro 7i are a little bit better. Although this one's more portable, this one definitely has a way better screen. And the speakers on this, I felt like maybe were a little better than the Pro 7i, but I don't know. Okay, I'm checking chat. I'm gonna try to answer any questions you guys have, and then that'll be the end of the live stream. So, Jaden Beat says, "Let me buy it off you." Okay, you're gonna pay. If you pay whatever I paid for this thing, I'll sell it to you. Okay. Doge Pilots, because can you review the Legion 7 Ryzen 9 version? It finally came out, and I wonder if it compares to the Legion the 9i version. I hear the battery is much better. Well, the Ryzen 9 7945HX battery life is usually pretty crappy, actually, because it depends on probably which CPU you get with the laptop itself. So, okay. Sonic21 says, so it won't replace your Razer 18. I wouldn't blame you since it's ugly. No, it's not going to replace my Blade 18. The other thing I want to mention in this final review, this top is really cool. Unique carbon fiber flakes compressed down on here. Makes a very interesting design and aesthetic that it's really classy and makes each laptop unique. Some people are going to absolutely love that. Some people are not. So I can see why that's a little divisive, but it also increases the price of the laptop, having that kind of extra touch on the laptop. The sentiment in the Legion Discord is that the performance between the 7i and 9i is not much different. I would actually say the performance between the Pro 7i, I think the performance is a little bit better because the thermal limits on the CPU are better. In terms of GPU performance, they're going to be the same in terms of GPU performance. CPU performance, I feel like the Pro 7i had more thermal headroom. What would replace your Blade? Right now, nothing, I don't think, is going to replace my Blade. I'm probably going to be looking for next year. I'll probably be looking at another 18-inch laptop with a mini LED if I'm going to replace the Blade 18. I got to have a good reason. And I feel like I need a CPU and a GPU upgrade to warrant replacing it as well. So, Uneasy Rider says, this or the GE78 overall? Well, I gotta say the display on this is like light years ahead of the GE78 because of the brightness and the contrast, the resolution, much better over here. Now, when you compare the GE78 versus the Pro 7i, that's where it's a bit of a toss-up because the Pro 7i is brighter, but the GE78 is a higher color gamut. Was the 9i better than the 7i for Hogwarts? Well, the thing is, Books on Stereo, the Pro 7i has a lower native resolution. So it got higher frames per second at the native resolution, but we won't know in the head-to-head comparison until we actually test them side by side. And that's where I think we're going to see more revelations about the actual performance levels of the Pro 7i versus the 9i. And it's hard to compare performance when we're testing at different resolutions, right? And different drivers and everything. So I'm going to get the Pro 7i all set up, updated. And then I'm gonna get the 9i and we're gonna get all the same games installed and we're gonna run them side by side live at the same time. And we're gonna get like detailed side by side comparisons for everything, including CPU, GPU temps, and VRAM temps, because VRAM is the #1 thing that the 9i is supposed to have better temps at with the water cooling loop. And that's where we'll see, did Lenovo actually pull anything off with the whole VRAM temperature being better or worse or whatever. And I don't think we're going to see much improvement. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Pro 7i actually had better temps, but I don't know if that'll actually be the case. I don't know. Another key reason to consider the 9i is that it's more portable than the Pro 7i because it's thinner, but it's also deeper. I don't know. Trade-offs. Would a 14-inch OLED 240 hertz with a 4090 tempt you to switch? Probably not, Todoroki, because I need to run whatever laptop I switch to needs to be able to fit 2 double-sided SSDs. Because I have 2 8-terabyte SSDs, and usually a 14-inch laptop does not house 8-terabyte double-sided SSDs. So probably wouldn't switch to a 14-inch laptop unless they could fit that. And in general, 14-inch laptops usually have a lot less thermal headroom, and usually I'm trying to push a high CPU thermal headroom, at least over 100 watts to the CPU. But maybe a G14 2024 edition will tempt me. I don't know. The 2024 G14 did kind of tempt me. That was the only 14-inch laptop that was really tempting for me because you get a 4090 in it. Okay. Yeah, so overall between in summary, the Legion 9i versus the Pro 7i, unless you just love the display of the 9i, I think the Pro 7i is just going to be a lot more bang for the buck, you know? A lot more bang for the buck, better CPU performance on the Pro 7i, similar GPU performance between the two, different ports, Pro 7i a little bit bigger, but just way more value because the Pro 7i is so much cheaper. That's the main thing. And if you want the faster RAM in the Pro 7i, just buy the Kingston Fury Impact RAM off Newegg and then just put it in your Pro 7i. And there you go. And I'm pretty sure you can overclock it as well. I haven't actually tried that. I'm tempted to try that. But yeah. Okay. That's it for now. David Goldberg says, I'm waiting to buy Black Friday for ROG 4080. Yeah, the Strix G18 4080 for 2000. That's probably going to be there on Black Friday, probably. Am I going to review the Legion Go? Maybe. We'll see. I haven't decided on that yet. I probably not at this point, but maybe I'll do it because I'm trying to include handhelds as a reviewer as much as I can, but we'll see. Maybe I can get Lenovo to send me one. Okay. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. See you later this week with the MSI Bravo 15 review, a budget laptop that's MSI's cheapest high performance 4060 laptop. But we've seen it on sale for like 900 with the 4060, I think. So yeah, I think normally priced at like 1400, or 1300, but when it was on sale, it was like 900. So yeah, anyway, it's going to be an interesting live stream. See if it's any good. I'll see you guys in the next one. Brandon out.